Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. So I live in a housing association flat, and I have had multiple problems here, Jonathan. Um, I've had bugs in my carpet for the last 2 years.
Sorry, you've had
I,
bugs in your carpets.
yeah, I had, yes, carpet bugs. I reported it, and nothing has been done to it.
When you say carpet bugs, what do you mean? Because you can have, for example, carpet moths. You could have
I,
fleas. I mean, what bugs are living in
yeah.
your carpets?
Well, basically, when I looked it up on the internet, it does say bugs. They are literally some tiny little creepy crawly things that's moving. They're kind of a hard thing.
Sorry, your phone signal is absolutely dreadful, Ava. If we can't improve this, I might need to get you back a little bit later. So say that last bit again. I couldn't hear any of that.
Yes, so it's basically little tiny bugs that is living in the carpet. They're quite hard. And when I looked it up on the internet, it did say beetles. So I'm not quite
You
sure the
got
difference.
beetles living in your carpet.
Yeah, loads of them. They're kind of tiny little things and they're moving. So
Oh,
they're,
hang on a minute.
yeah.
You don't mean wood lice,
Gosh, I don't know. It's in the carpet itself. So they are in the
right?
carpet in the corners.
Right. Because I mean, particularly at this time of the year, it's not necessarily uncommon to have some wood lice in your house. But
I
but
mean,
they
this has
don't.
started
They
long
live
time
around
now.
the edge of the. You often see them in the
Hmm.
edge of a room, but they don't live in the carpet itself.
Yeah, they're not in the middle of the carpet. They're just on the edge, as you would say. Yeah.
Right.
So
Have you got photos of these bugs?
yes, I did take some photos. Yeah.
Okay. Could we see some of those photos? Because I would be very interested to know from my listeners what kind of bugs they are that are living in your carpets.
Yeah, of course, no problem at all.
Okay. So you've contacted the housing association, have you, to complain about these bugs apparently living in your carpets?
Yes, I did complain to them. I must say that they did contact me in regards to a pest controller to come round.
Yeah.
However, I did say to them, if I'm going to have a pest controller, when am I going to have the carpet redone? They could not give me an answer for that. So,
And
unfortunately, it wasn't done
why would you need the carpets to be redone?
because they're very old.
Oh,
They're
okay.
very old and they've been in the flat for a very long time. I mean, I've been living here for 8 years, so they have been here more than 8 years.
Okay. And when you say the carpets are very old, what's the problem with that? I mean, are they threadbare or worn away?
Yes, yes, it is worn out, very worn out. I had to remove the passageway carpet as well because of the water leak I've had. So I'm waiting for them to come and replace that as well. Nothing has been done so far in
Right.
regards to that.
So hang on a second. So you had a water leak in the property that ruined one of the carpets.
Yes,
And where
the
was
water leak
where was the water leaking from?
from the boiler cupboard. So it's coming
Okay.
from the boiler. Yeah,
Okay. But they fixed the water leak.
they have not fixed the water leak.
They haven't fixed the water leak.
No, and this has been going on for a while. I've always had water leaks. However, the last one I've had was on the 15th of September here, and they have not come out since.
Okay. So how long has the boiler been leaking?
I think a good part of 3 years now.
Sorry, how long? The phone signal is dreadful. What? How long?
About 3 years.
You've had your boiler leaking for 3 years.
Yes, they would come and fix it, Jonathan, and then it start leaking again, and that's the issue I've been.
Okay,
I've
so
been
they
having.
do come out to try and fix it, but then it recurs.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So we need to speak to them about the leak. The leak has ruined one of the carpets.
It's yes, it has ruined the carpet in my living room. So the leak has gone all the way through, halfway through the carpet in the
Mhm.
living room, and halfway through my boy's bedroom as well. So at the moment, we can't use the front room or we can't use the boys' bedroom. So we're all basically living in my bedroom. So the floor is all wet, it's moldy, it's smelly. I'm just living in a really bad state at the moment. I'm still having the leak. I have reported this a couple of times. I've spoken to my housing officer. She said she can't do anything. I'm still waiting for someone to call me, someone to come around. Nothing is happening.
Okay,
and I'm living. Yeah.
Right, okay. So in terms of the situation you're living in at the moment, the water leak is so bad that the carpets are sodden in several of the rooms and are therefore uninhabitable.
Exactly.
Well, why does your housing officer say that there's nothing they can do? Because that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous because I've spoken to her at length, I believe on the 26th, and she said to me, I have to report it through the housing association, and I said to her, I have already done that. I just need her help. And she said, I can't help you. I would have to go through the same channel that you're going through, phone them, wait for a long time to be answered, and she said she just can't do anything.
Okay, right. Well, I mean, I'm more than happy to go and have a word with them. So in terms of the problems that you're having, and I'm pleased we persevered, even though your telephone line is dreadful, and I'm only making out every other word, but this is such a serious problem. So you're living in a housing association property. You've got a water leak that hasn't been fixed properly for 3 years, and it keeps coming back. You've got soaking wet carpets in several of the rooms, which means you're all having to sleep in the one room together. And in one of the rooms, you've also got some kind of beetle-type bugs living in the carpets.
The beetles are in my children's bedroom, my bedroom, and his front room.
Right, and is that anything to do with the fact that the carpets are wet, or is that just coincidence?
No. They've been sitting there for quite a while now, with 2 years now.
I'm going to guess, I don't know, but I'm going to guess that the bugs you talk about are woodlice. It's not uncommon to have woodlice in your house, particularly if quite often you will find woodlice in damp rooms. So, for example, you'll find them in your bathroom, things like that. Rooms where there is high humidity, you will find woodlice. It's not necessarily, in terms of bugs that you've got in your house, it's not the end of the world to have woodlice. However, if ultimately you're living in a property where the carpets are completely soaking wet, that's a significant issue. And that's something that we need to try and help you with, because that's absolutely ridiculous. What I would like to do, I would like us to get some detail, and I'd like us to go and have a word with the Housing Association and find out why they haven't actually fixed this problem properly. Miles?
Yes?
Can I please pass Ava back?
Of course you can.
Let's go and have a word with them and just try and sort something out.
I think that's a good idea. Let's do that now.
We'll try and get a better mobile phone signal as well next time we speak. Ava, we'll talk very soon. Now to Chantel. Chantel was going to get married. In February of this year, she found a hotel that she really liked. The wedding was due to take place on the 21st of August. Well, the wedding package included the venue, decoration of the room, linen, food, and the ceremony. A couple of days before the wedding, she was told that the wedding coordinator wouldn't be able to be there, and the wedding was going to be handed over to someone else instead. Well, Chantel was fine with that, even though she was rather concerned that she didn't get to meet the new coordinator. But on the day of her wedding, she was horrified to discover that no one at the hotel seemed to realise her wedding was even taking place.
It got to about 9:30. I realised I hadn't met anybody, so I rang downstairs to the reception. I introduced myself politely and said we're getting married. And so obviously they said congratulations. They asked me when. I said today, so I'm looking for my coordinators. The phone went silent. They said they had no weddings booked for the day. Yeah, I said, no, definitely today. I didn't know if it was a joke or not, so, I kept on talking, and the lady just politely said, I'm so sorry, I'm not too sure what I can do for you, but there's no one here. So I was just like, no, definitely has to be someone there. So we was going back and forth for almost 2 hours, trying to find someone that knew what was happening. As far as they was concerned, there's no weddings booked. And in that time, my partner had turned up because he never stayed over. But he was coming to check in that morning. When he turned up to get the room that was a part of our package, They said they had no package deals for a room. They had no wedding booked, and he'd have to book a room. However, they're fully booked, so he'd have to wait and see. And if he got a room, he'd have to pay for it.
Well, Chantel was on the verge of cancelling the wedding because it all just seemed to be such a disaster. However, the registrar did actually turn up. And the venue had been decorated overnight. So Chantel and her fiancé decided, well, they might as well go ahead with it. But it was very, very stressful. The entrance to the garden was locked, so they couldn't go outside into the garden and have their photos taken. The food was really disappointing. Chantel was telling me that the staff that were working on the wedding didn't really know what they were doing. She said that they tried to make the best of it, but it was really stressful. And certainly at least once during the day, Chantel was in tears. Well, she contacted the hotel and complained. And she requested what I think is a very reasonable amount of money back based on the story she's told. But the hotel wouldn't agree to it, which is why she came to me. Well, Chantel's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Chantel.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
Now,
okay.
I went off to have a word with this hotel on your behalf last week.
Uh-huh.
And I explained the situation, and I ended up having an interesting conversation with them on Friday.
Right.
The hotel came back to me on Friday and said, right, look, we have increased our offer, because originally they were offering about 800 quid to you, weren't they?
Originally it was 6, then they opted to 8 to say, and said final offer.
Final offer, £800.
Yes.
Now, you wanted £1,500 back.
Yes.
Now, I don't consider that to be unreasonable, because you had paid this hotel £4,000 for the wedding that was just a disaster from start to finish, really, wasn't it? And yes, you managed to get through it, but it certainly wasn't the lovely, happy day you were hoping it would be. It was one problem after another. Now, when I had a conversation with the hotel at the end of last week, they came back and said, look, we have increased the offer to £1,300.
Okay.
They said the reason for the problem, she said, at the time of Chantel's wedding, it was during the whole pingdemic situation in the country. And she said the problem that we had was that lots of staff at the hotel, at the time that Chantel was getting married, they were either being pinged because they'd been in contact with someone who'd got coronavirus, or they themselves had got coronavirus and were off work sick. And I think she mentioned that your wedding planner herself was off work because of that very reason. They said, we tried the best we possibly could in very difficult circumstances to bring in staff and to try and help Chantel have the wedding. But we do recognise that because a lot of our regular staff that were expecting to work on the day of the wedding weren't there, we did have to bring staff in who didn't necessarily know what they were doing. Well, I said, look, I understand that. And I do understand that during those times, it must have been very, very difficult trying to run events. And if you can imagine, it's probably in a hotel, Chantel, it's a bit like a domino effect, isn't it? As soon as one person gets pinged, you'll probably find a whole load of people getting pinged, and therefore you might have an entire team being off work at the same time. So I recognise that, and I do recognise that from the hotel's perspective, it's not really their fault. However, it's not your fault either.
Of course.
And the simple fact is you had paid for a wedding that was supposed to be a reasonable standard, and it wasn't a reasonable standard. And the staffing issues that hotel were having, although I'm sure you completely understand them, it doesn't mean that you should then have to just put up with a wedding that is not acceptable.
Of course.
So I said to the lady at the hotel, look, I'm happy to go and put this increased offer of £1,300 to Chantel, but I don't think she's going to be happy with it. And I said, to be honest with you, I can understand why, because she's only asking for £1,500 back. It's not as if she's asking for a full refund of the full £4,000 she's paid. She's asking for £1,500 back as a reflection of the various things that she did not have on the day of her wedding. And I don't think she's going to be happy to accept £1,300 back. So what I will do is I will speak to Chantel, and obviously if she does indeed decide that she wants to go for the full £1,500, then it may well be necessary for her to take legal action against your hotel. Well, the lady said to me, OK, let me go back and have a word with the manager. Let me just see what I can do, and we'll come back. I said, great. Well, sure enough, Friday afternoon, I received an email to say that they have indeed now increased their offer to the full £1,500 you were looking for.
Thank you very much.
Have they spoken to you?
No, it's the first time I'm hearing everything, even about the coronavirus, in all fairness.
Oh, I see. Well,
I wasn't even aware of that. That's the first time I'm hearing of that. I was told she's going to be sick. She's going to be off for personal reasons, but I assumed it was a pre-planned personal reason. So, personally, I don't think you can, plan coronavirus. But, however, if that's what it is, then okay.
Yeah, I was told that the wedding planner herself was off because of the whole. She was either pinged because she wasn't well herself, or she was pinged because somebody she'd been in close contact with had got coronavirus. But the long and short of it is the hotel did say it was a complete nightmare at that particular time. Yeah. Trying to actually go ahead with any events because of the staffing situation. And I'm sure you're a reasonable person, Chantel.
Of course, I can understand that. I respect that.
But it's not your fault either. And that's why I didn't feel you were being greedy at all in terms of the £1,500 you were asking for. So they are now prepared to give you the £1,500 back. I presume you will accept that?
Yes, I will.
Good.
Happily, thank you.
OK. Well, I would hope that they will be in touch with you and that they will confirm that. If you haven't heard anything by the end of today, can you let me know, and I will just ask them to please just confirm that with you. How did you pay for the hotel?
It was always transfer from my account direct into theirs.
Okay,
so what
fine.
I will do is happily provide my banking details for a transfer to go back into my account.
Great. OK, well, I tell you what I'll do. I'll quickly drop them an email now to say that you're very happy to accept the £1,500 and move on. Yes. Can they please contact you just to liaise and get the bank details so they can make that transfer today?
That would be perfect. Thank you so much for your help. OK.
Well, look, I'm very pleased. I'm going to give the hotel this. Just a bit of the horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got the money in your account, OK?
That's perfect.
Great. Are you happier?
I am happier. Thank you so much.
Good. OK. Chantel, we'll speak as soon as you've got £1,500 back in your account. Now, Martin's daughter lives on the top floor of a 4-storey block of flats. She has a 2-year-old daughter and has to go up and down all the various stairs from the bottom to the top. Well, often she has a buggy, a scooter and shopping bags, and she can't carry everything in one go. So sometimes she leaves some of the items on the bottom floor and has to keep going up and down in order to get everything. Well, recently Martin was telling me that his daughter had left her stuff at the bottom of the stairs, admittedly for about an hour, while she was attending to her toddler. When she went back downstairs to go and get her stuff, it had all gone. And it would appear she's going to have to pay to get it back.
During this relay to safely get down the stairs, by the time she got down to finish it off to take the child to nursery, someone had taken her property without her knowledge and is now saying, if you don't give us £100, we won't release it. And by the way, it's held in a storage depot 25 or 26 miles away from your house and you haven't got a car.
Yes, you see, it transpires tenants are not allowed to leave anything in the communal areas at this block of flats. So the managing agents for this block, which in this case are a housing association, had taken the stuff away and are now saying they want money before they'll release it. Well, I've been off to have a word with them on Martin's behalf. What have they had to say for themselves? Let's find out, because Martin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Martin.
Hello, JVS.
Now, I should just point out, I have some experience of this, because having lived in a block of flats before, and I'll be honest with you, Martin, it's one of the reasons why I personally would never live in a flat again. It's an absolute blooming nightmare. We used to have these constant fire risk assessments carried out on behalf of the managing agents for the block. And every time they'd come round and there was some change in the legislation, and you can't do this, you can't do that, you know, they want certain kinds of lighting, they want signs put up, they want this, they want that. And one of the things that certainly cropped up in my time of living in a flat was the fact that no one was allowed to leave anything in the communal areas. And as you can probably imagine, I mean, you're experiencing it with your daughter's block, we had the same thing. You know, there were parents who used to leave their buggies at the bottom of the stairs. We had people who left their bikes just inside the front door, that kind of thing. None of it was allowed. All of it had to go. People had to put it in their own property. And all kinds of people were very, very frustrated, saying, oh, this is ridiculous. You know, fancy me having to carry my bike all the way up the top of the stairs, or fancy me having to carry my buggy all the way up to the top of the stairs. But that was it. You're just not allowed to leave stuff in the communal area. And I believe the reason is that it's an obstruction and potentially a fire hazard. If somebody comes out in the middle of the night and somebody else has left all their bikes or a buggy in the hallway, other people might fall over that stuff and not be able to escape a burning building. So that's the reason why the legislation is there. And that's the reason why housing associations, managing agents are normally quite hot on this particular rule. So I did say to you, you know, it may well be the housing association are fully within their rights, but I did also recognise from your perspective and from your daughter's perspective, well, what's she supposed to do then? You know, she's living on the top floor of the flat. She's there on her own. How is she supposed to get a 2-year-old, plus the buggy, the scooter, the shopping, all the kind of paraphernalia that comes with children? How is she supposed to get all of that upstairs in one go? It's just impossible, isn't it? And you were saying that your daughter was not a repeat offender. She'd never had a run-in before with the housing association over this particular issue. So as far as you were concerned, she was unlucky. She'd obviously been caught up in a dispute between another tenant and this housing association, and unfortunately her stuff had been taken in the process. Well, I've spoken to the housing association. They are Paradigm Housing, and they've come back with this response. In order to comply with fire risk assessments and to keep our residents safe, we ask that the communal area of our blocks of flats be kept clear of personal belongings. It is our policy to give residents notice before items are cleared from a communal area. In this case, an initial warning in the form of a notification sticker was placed on the item 31 days prior to the removal, and the resident was given a further warning before the item was removed. Our contractor advised Martin's daughter that she could collect the items and pay a nominal storage fee. However, in this case, she asked for the contractor to return the items directly to her, and a quote was provided for this. Although we appreciate the inconvenience caused by the removal of Martin's daughter's pushchair and scooter from the communal area of her flat, the safety of all of our residents is our utmost priority. We are therefore obliged to take action when items are left, despite repeated warnings. Martin, how do you respond to that?
Oh, I fully agree with what they're doing. It's a sensible thing to do, but unfortunately, there's no safe practice to follow getting your stuff up and down the stairs in one go when you're on your own with a child. And I understand that the goods were stickered once, and as far as we're aware, there was no further warning issued.
Hang on a second, because when I asked you before if she'd ever been warned about it, you didn't mention that the sticker had been stuck on it.
I wasn't made aware myself. I was disappointed to hear it after the conversation I had with you, Jonathan, I must say.
Oh, right, okay.
So, this wasn't something that first-hand happened to myself. It was something I was relayed the information to someone else. I fully agree that blocks of flats should be kept safe for people get in and out, but where there's a lack of a lift and there is only a staircase to get up and down, what we're after, I suppose, going forward, really, is to say, look, well, one, we dispute the further warning. We don't think that happened. But two, is how do we do it next week and the week after and the week after? How do we safely get up and down the stairs without her stuff being snatched and taken away, which I think is unreasonable. If they can give us a safe process to follow, then we'll follow it. But it's almost impossible.
Yes, I mean, I genuinely don't know how your daughter is supposed to get all of her stuff up to the top floor along with her child in one go. I don't think it's possible. But isn't the point that, and I don't know, I mean, the fact that they'd left a sticker on it would suggest that maybe, this obviously had been, this particular buggy and the scooter had been noticed sitting there in the entrance hall before. I
believe that they stick them the very first time they see them, Jonathan, and they take mobile phone pictures of the goods that they stick, and then they contact the resident anyway at all. And Lauren did say to me, yes, in hindsight, I was phoned once, but it was during a period when it was remarkably the same. It was less than an hour since I'd left it there, but yes, that definitely happened. The goods were stickered once on the day they were left, and it was roughly about a month ago, she said. But I was unaware when I first made that phone call to you.
I mean, the reality is your grandchild is 2.
Yep.
So I presume it's not going to be very much longer that the buggy is going to be necessary anyway.
No, I would imagine, by at least at the most another year, and she should be full-time walking anyway.
Yeah. So hopefully within the next year, the necessity to take the buggy everywhere will have gone, but then she's still likely to have all the other paraphernalia, the scooter and the bag of stuff and all that kind of stuff that comes with children. But is the issue here that she just doesn't seem in any hurry to move the stuff? If, for example, the Housing Association was seeing that she was doing the very best she could. She arrives at the block of flats, she's got the buggy and the scooter. She goes upstairs with her child, takes the child into the house, puts the child somewhere safe, and goes straight back down to get the rest of the stuff, and it was all done within 10 minutes or so. Would that then send a message that, she's doing as much as she possibly can? Whereas if the stuff is just left at the bottom of the stairs for an hour, that's when other residents are likely to start getting a bit grumpy, and that's when the Housing Association is likely to think, look, for goodness sake, we've told you can't leave it there. You need to prioritise coming back downstairs to get the rest of the stuff.
Well, I agree. They could look at that, but everyone's got different abilities, and due to 2 recent operations, Lauren's abilities aren't as normal as a normal fit person would be. She's recently had 2 keyhole operations for some underlying issues that she still hasn't had fully cured, and she's likely to have another operation in the next 12 months. But, everyone's got different abilities. Everyone can go up and downstairs. But I believe also the rest of the residents in the block of flats, they also share the same difficulties in getting their shopping, their children and their goods up and down the stairs. So there's a little part of me, John, to think this is an overzealous sticker person that almost the job's worth. It's it just, there's a sense that there's someone there being overzealous, and it is an important issue to keep stairs clear. But I think there's a bit of very much keenness, like you residents are my enemy, I'm going to prove you wrong.
Yeah, but maybe there is a bit of that. But just to see it from the other perspective, if everyone is a bit the same, and if there is a bit of there's a habit of people coming into the block, leaving whatever stuff they brought with them in the main entrance area for an hour or so, is there a point where actually you can end up with quite a lot of stuff all in the communal area that shouldn't be there for much longer than it needs to be there, and the Housing Association is just trying to get a message across to people, you can't leave things here. This bit is not your property. You're not entitled to leave it there. I mean, are they just trying to get that message across?
They could well be, but I don't think other residents would leave things for an elongated amount of time. I mean, everyone's got different fitness levels and abilities to go up and down the stairs, and they may only leave it there for 5 minutes. Yeah. But I believe to enforce such a draconian rule which says, what we will snatch and deny your 2-year-old child the use of a pram, of a buggy for you to get about is just completely unfair.
But I mean, but you keep using the word snatch, and you used that when we first heard the story. I mean, the Housing Association, I presume, would not use that word. They would say removal. They have made it clear that stuff is not to be left in the communal area. They've already stickered the items to warn your daughter. They say they've also notified her that that was unacceptable. She's persisted in leaving it there, therefore they have removed the items in the same way that if somebody parks a car somewhere that they're not entitled to, the owner of the land would be perfectly within their rights to have that car removed.
Yeah, I think, if that was the way that they were honestly looking at it, I think what they're doing is a fair process. But and Lauren does say she had the goods stickered once. She's firm in the point that there was no further warning, and she did speak to someone on the phone about why they were there, and the person on the other end of the phone had said, under the circumstances, you recently had an operation. We fully understand that you're not as quick as others could be. But, it's just ongoing. It's just a difficult thing for everyone in that block to do, to adhere to a rule if there's someone that's been a bit overzealous, because she doesn't see herself as a problem resident, just someone who's struggling with a young child.
So just to look at it from the other perspective then, if you were the housing association, if you worked for the housing association and your job is to manage this building, and can I just point out, Martin, I mean, there's a very serious responsibility that comes with it. The manager of that block of flats can personally, not just professionally, but can personally be prosecuted for not ensuring that the law is followed in that block of flats. So if you were the person who was tasked with enforcing the fire regulation legislation in that block, and you personally could face legal action for not doing it, what would you do in a reasonable way?
Well, I personally would do a kind of a cigarette packet risk assessment and say it's not possible to not leave anything at the foot of the stairs for even a small amount of time, like 10 minutes. It's not possible, not reasonable to ask a resident to do that. So what can I do as an alternative method to help them? And that may include something like fireproof lockers at the bottom of the stairs for each resident, to say, here's a lockable cabinet that's in absolutely no one's way, where I can put my goods in for a certain amount of time while I go up and down the stairs. Because, everyone's got different levels of ability, and they've got to be supported. You can't just follow a rule that no one can do. It's okay setting a rule, and I understand the reason for having these rules, but if no one can adhere to it, you've got to look at a reasonable adjustment, and that reasonable adjustment may include something as basic as a locker.
Yes, but if you provide a locker, if you've got a locker, how many lockers do you need to provide to accommodate potentially 3 or 4 residents all arriving at a similar time and needing to leave some of their stuff at the bottom of the stairs while they go up to their property?
I don't know, Jonathan. I don't do it for a living, and this person does. But I'm sure it's a reasonable adjustment to help people struggling to adhere to a rule that's almost impossible to follow.
Yes, I think it's a nightmare. The whole situation is a nightmare. And I can see it from both sides. I can genuinely see the difficulty that your daughter's facing when she comes home. But I also put myself in the position of being, if I was the person at the housing association who could personally be prosecuted for not actually ensuring that the legislation was being properly adhered to in that block, I would also be thinking, well, I've tried being nice about it. I've tried notifying people and saying, please don't leave the stuff there. I've tried writing to the residents and putting them on notice, but still people are going up to their flat, leaving their buggies at the bottom, leaving them down there for another hour before they finally turn up and start trying to, what are they supposed to do? And if they say to you, well, there isn't room for this locker that you are suggesting, a fireproof locker, if they say that's not a feasible alternative, what are people supposed to do? What are the managing agents, in this case Paradigm Housing, what are they supposed to do?
Well, I suppose in the future they've got to look at enforcing a rule that's you can't comply with it. It's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to comply with that rule, even with the best wishes in the world. So I would suggest all future buildings that they build that are of this type, a block of flats with no lifts whatsoever and no storage downstairs, they redesign and they stop putting people into blocks of flats with rules that you can't follow. But in the meantime, I say I'm no expert, but you just have to come up with a solution, even if it's an external space.
Let me put this out there to my listeners. I mean, if anybody can think of a solution to this, particularly parents, if parents who've had to go through the process of carrying all this paraphernalia in order to go out every time with your child, if you can put yourself in the position of arriving back at a block of flats on your own with a 2-year-old child, a buggy, a scooter, your shopping, everything else, and having to get it all up to the top floor, whilst also looking after your child and not leaving them in a dangerous predicament while you go back down the stairs. Martin, at the moment, we seem to be in a bit of an impasse. So let me put it out there. Let me see if any of my listeners can think of a solution and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's a difficult situation, but it just needs to be improved for everyone concerned, really.
OK, well, I'll put it out there. I'll see what my listeners think and I'll feedback. Martin, thank you very much indeed. Lou purchased a shiplap shed 3 years ago. She used a team provided by the retailer to install it for her. It's 12 foot by 8 foot. It cost her over £1,000 and she expected it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
Hadn't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows and the floorboards had all broken. And they came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. They then came back and said, but their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, I mean, it's absolute nonsense. As you know, if you're a regular listener to my programme, any product you purchase, whether it be a shed, a kettle, television, you name it, it must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. No one in their right mind would pay £1,000-odd on a shed that 3 years later would be allowing so much water in that all of your stuff was ruined. I mean, you just wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't be happy about it at all. And it was exactly that argument I went to put to the retailer on Lou's behalf. Let's find out what the latest is, because Lou's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Hello, Jonathan. Good morning.
Hello. Now, the company concerned, as you know, is B&Q.
Yeah.
And I went off to have a word with B&Q. We'll gloss over the fact that, to begin with, I wasn't at all impressed with the response we received, because they did, after I got a bit stroppy, to be honest with you, they did change their stance, and they have been very helpful in terms of trying to resolve the matter ever since. They said that they were going to be coming out, they were going to replace the shed for you, they were going to have it rebuilt for you, they were going to take the other shed down. But this time they did feel that the new shed needed to be built on a concrete base. And the concrete base is something that you would need to take responsibility for. Now, you accepted that, but you were a bit grumpy about it because you said, well, hang on a minute. If you told me that the shed needed to go on a concrete base originally, when I had the first shed from you, then I could have had that concrete base built for considerably less money than the amount I've now got to spend, because the cost of concrete and materials has gone through the roof. So what would have been a £300 concrete base is now going to be more like a £1,000 concrete base. Well, B&Q did suggest that they were going to try and assist you with materials and with the cost of materials. Things have been kind of ticking along nicely behind the scenes, and I gather, finally, Lou, we have some action on this. What's going on?
Oh, the finishing line is in sight. No, you're quite right, but it's a builder's world out there, Jonathan. I tell you, it was difficult to just get quotes, let alone someone to do the job. But in a nutshell, we are at a point now where we have a date booked in for the old shed to be taken away. During that period, then the builder will come and lay the concrete base, and B&Q are going to assist with the cost of the materials. And then once that's set, about 4 days later, the company is scheduled to come and assemble the new shed. that's the beginning of November. So B&Q have been very helpful in getting us to that point.
Super. And your stuff, I know you were a bit worried about where you were going to keep all of your stuff because you don't really have any other suitable building to keep your possessions in, you know, your lawnmower and all that kind of stuff. So I know that they had offered you a lockable plastic temporary lock-up kind of thing to leave outside and to put things like your lawnmower in. What did you decide to do in the end?
So they did stick. So the size that they offered is the size that the kind that you would put 2 wheelie bins into. And you know what garden equipment's like? It's very clunky, isn't it? And you know, once you've got one thing in it, it takes up a lot of space. Yeah. We you know, obviously we looked to compromise. We went round to neighbours and said, can we put stuff in your sheds as well? Maybe look at some inside. In the interim, our kitchen has been ripped out. That was a long-standing appointment. That hasn't quite gone to plan either. So our only tiny bit of room that we have in our living room, etc., is filled with everything that's been emptied out of our kitchen cupboards because we have no cupboards or anything in the kitchen at the moment. So we went back to B&Q and we said, look, we're just in a worse position, really. That tiny storage you've offered isn't going to work. We're not going to accept tarpaulin that they kept offering, not for everything to be outside for 2 weeks. And it did invalidate the contents insurance as well. And I mean, you know, very graciously, they've come back now and accepted that they would pay the cost for a month's storage on the equipment, which we are thrilled about, absolutely thrilled about. So
fantastic.
That means everything's falling into place to go ahead. Fingers crossed now at the end of this month, beginning of November.
Beautiful. Okay, well, listen, I will thank B&Q very much indeed.
Absolutely.
It does feel as if they really are trying to get this sorted. Absolutely. And they're doing as much as they possibly can, Definitely. Which is fantastic. And you can't ask Brilliant. For more than that. And I'm going to give B&Q this. Oh, little bit of honkage by way of encouragement. Let's hope that that assists. Can you please let me know when it's all sorted? I look forward to seeing some lovely new photos of your completed new shed. And to Linda's case, Linda was telling me she purchased a composite door, new front door, in March of 2019. Ever since, she's had a real problem with a draft coming through this door. She said the company, to be fair, they've been out numerous times to try and fix it, but unsuccessfully.
Now, the company I dealt with have sent an engineer down innumerable times, I must admit, give them their due. They've changed the lock, they've changed the hinges, they've taken the whole surround out and the door and reconfigured it, and I'm still getting a draft. In fact, today I've got sellotape on the inside of the door. Because it's a windy day, the draft is coming through. And I spent all last winter freezing in here, in my bungalow, my pensioner. Something's got to be done about it, but the correspondence I've had with the company, they're now saying they will no longer come out to me because there's nothing wrong with the door. It is my fault because I have arthritis in my hands, and I've got arthritis all over me. I can still look after my grandson, garden, cook, clean, open other people's doors, composite doors as well, but my one, no.
So what's going on? Why is Linda's door letting all this draft in? Well, we've been off to have a word with the company on Linda's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Linda.
Good morning.
Good, well, afternoon now. We've just moved over into the afternoon hour. So I know Miles has been off to have a word with the company to find out why your door is letting this draft in. What have they said, Miles? Because it's quite a long response. So let's go through it and let's see what we can do to try and find some way of solving this.
Yes, they have come back to us in a lot of detail. Firstly, they said that they've been corresponding with Linda for many months in relation to the door. That's involved arranging service calls, engineer visits, obtaining replacement hinges from the door manufacturer, and many hours on telephone calls and numerous letters discussing and explaining the situation to try to come to resolution. I think Linda's backed that up by saying that they have sent the engineer out a few times.
Yeah.
They explained the start. They said that Linda did specifically request a composite door with a slam lock, which was installed for her in May 2019.
Now, the difference between a slam lock and another lock is that a slam lock is, as the name would suggest, when you slam the door shut, the multi-point locking mechanism all pings out and holds the door at the top and the bottom. With other locks, you normally need to lift the door handle to the top in order to engage that multi-point locking system.
Yes, and then they go on to explain some of this. With the slam lock, there's no standard handle. The door is locked and unlocked using a key from the outside or a thumb turn knob from the inside. And since the surface area is much smaller, she may struggle with this compared to a usual lever handle, which you were just explaining. The way the door worked was explained apparently to Linda before she ordered it, and she still opted for it over the standard lever handle doors. And then they said that Linda never mentioned that she had arthritis or any type of condition which would affect the strength in her hand at the time of ordering. Then it fast forwards to Linda contacting about having some trouble with the door, not being able to open it. They initially sent the original fitter back to have a look, and when Linda was not satisfied with his findings, they are saying that they paid for an independent engineer to attend the site, and it was during the engineer's visit that it became apparent that when the door was fitted as it should be, Linda found it difficult to open, even though the engineer could do so without a problem. He carried out tests, made some adjustments, found that Linda could only open the door if it was loosened, which is where the problem started. And it was explained to her at the time that the adjustment he made would result in slight gaps around the door.
Right. So they are suggesting, Linda, that based on this independent person who went out in addition to them, they're suggesting that the arthritis in your hands is such that the process of trying to unlock the door with a key or with the thumb turn on the inside, when the door is properly engaged as it should be, i.e. providing a sealed tight element to the gap all the way around the outside of it, they're saying that you then can't unlock it, and it's only when they loosen the whole thing up so that then is not sealing the door properly, that's the only way you have found you're able to unlock the door. I mean, does that sound right or not?
Well, firstly, they are saying that I asked for this particular door. I was recommended this particular door by the gentleman who said he had one himself. I didn't know what slam lock was. I like the look of the door. That's why I ordered it. I mean, I have a UPV door at my back door. That's easy, no problem at all.
I presume that door you lift the handle up in order to engage the lock, and then you just turn the key.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, when they, they were very good, I must admit, coming to send an engineer down. When one particular engineer was down and he was altering the lock, I said, oh gosh, I wonder if it's me with my arthritis. It was a throwaway comment. I can open jars, bottles, and everything else. I was just trying to take the blame on myself by saying, oh gosh, maybe it's me. But I've had even my son try the door, and he found it difficult to open it when they tighten the lock.
Right.
Now, at the moment, I have a 7 centimetre or millimetre, I suppose it is, difference between the gap at the top of the door and the gap at the bottom of the door. It's not straight. It's slightly on the hoof, as they say in Suffolk.
Yeah.
One of the engineers said to me, well, we have had trouble with these doors before. They're so heavy and they don't make the hinges strong enough to take the weight. Now, he was the only one that said that, but they did replace the hinges, but are they strong enough to hold the door, and that's what, or not, and that's why it's moving. I can open the door from the inside, no problem at all with the lock. Most other people can't, but I'm so used to it, I can open that. It's when they tighten the lock, not the rest of the door, but just the lock, they tighten it, that I can't turn the key. And that's when I have to go through my garage, out my garage, in my back door to get into my bungalow.
Right.
It's not fit for
and
purpose.
when they,
surely
just
a door,
out, just
you
out
put the key in, you turn it, you open it, you shut it, no draft comes
just
through.
out
no
of
matter
interest,
what.
Linda, just out of interest, when they've come out to adjust it,
Yeah.
have they kind of said to you, right, now the door is now set as it should be to seal the door in, can you unlock it? And obviously you can't, but have they then demonstrated themselves unlocking the door with no problem?
Yes, the last gentleman that came out who took the frame off, the door off, I mean, I can't fault them there. And he put it all back together again, and he said, right, now, look, put the key in, turn it. No. So I said, OK. I said, let me have a go. I put the key in and couldn't turn it. And he said, and he came back behind me, he turned it, but he was a big, strong man, and it worked. So I said, oh, OK. I said, maybe it's me, you know. I said, I'll give it a try. But he released it a bit for me, so I could turn the lock. But as I say, you can hear I've got sellotape at the moment where the locking mechanism is, because that's where the draft comes through.
Yes.
Now, I paid £1,400 for this door. My friend has a composite door. No problem at all. I can open that. She has
is that a slam shut composite door or not? It is.
Slam shut. Yeah.
Well, the company say that the door did actually cost $1,040, not $1,400. That's what they've said to us.
Hold on, I can tell you exactly. Yes, they're right. $1,040. I paid $300 deposit and then a sum of $740.
Yeah. I mean, don't worry too much about that. The main issue, as far as I'm concerned, we need to establish whether what they're saying is correct. Now, what I'd like to do, and what I have proposed, and I don't know, Miles, if we've heard back from them yet in terms of agreeing to this, I would like Miles to come out to your house with the company.
Yeah.
Because I would like them to send one of their engineers or their fitters, so that they can adjust it while we're there. And what I'm going to do, if it's all right with you, Linda, I'm going to use Miles's fingers to ascertain whether what they're saying is correct or not.
Right.
So if ultimately they adjust the door and they say, right, the door is now adjusted as it should be in order to stop the draft, if Miles can open the door completely reasonably, then there is potentially going to come a point where, you know, I'm going to have to break some bad news to you that this is maybe outside of this company's control.
Right.
If, however, Miles also finds it unreasonably stiff to unlock the door, then I think there is obviously something further we can insist this company does to try and resolve the matter. But to be honest, regardless, clearly a solution needs to be found to the door. Now, I don't know, is there a way they can fit a handle system to the existing door or not?
I don't know. They offered me a longer mechanism on the inside of the door.
Yeah.
And I said, well, there's no need for that because I can open it, except for the one time when I couldn't. I said, no, I'm all right with that.
It's just unlocking it from outside that's the problem with the key.
Yes, that's right, yes.
So they have said that there's a disabled thumb turn that they've offered you, and they have said to us that the offer of that does still stand if it is something you would like to look into. So they've said that provided that they fitted the exact door that Linda asked for, they accept there may be a draft coming to a house via the front door, but this is due to the door having to be adjusted so that Linda can open it. If the door is fitted as it should be, there would be no draft. They've also mentioned draft excluders, but they don't believe that you can fit any different ones to what you already have on those.
Right.
Yes, because I tried to be helpful and say to them, well, look, you've been out so many times. What about a draft excluder, a different draft excluder? I don't know anything about doors, but obviously that's not a viable solution.
Does the door have a handle on the outside?
No.
There's no handle at all?
No.
Ah, right. Now, could this potentially be a solution? Just to think about. Because if they were to be able to put a handle on the outside of the door, so that when you put the key in, with your other hand you can kind of pull the handle, so you're pulling the door towards you.
Ah, well, I have a knob, a big knob in the middle of the door, and that's what I now pull towards me.
Now, if you pull the handle towards you and then turn the key, does the door then unlock fairly easily?
It does at the moment, yes, because the lock isn't as tight as it should be.
But if the door was tightened up and you pulled the knob, so to speak, I mean, if anyone's just tuned in, Linda, they're going to wonder what on earth we're talking about. But you know what I mean? If If they tightened it up and you pulled the knob and then you're turning the key, would you then be able to open the door?
I don't know the answer to that because I haven't tried that. That hasn't been suggested.
Well, that might be the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out whether this door is functioning as it should or not. When we've established that, and I'd like to, what I'm going to do, I'll pass you back, I'll leave you with Miles, and we can arrange a time to come out, and let's just find out, and we'll take it from there. But something's going to have to be done to resolve the matter, because it's ridiculous that you're having to sellotape up your own front door. And I
agree. I don't know what the solution is. I mean, they have tried, but what I didn't like is when they sent me a letter saying that they would no longer come out if there is a problem, because as far as they're concerned, there's nothing wrong with the door. I didn't like that.
Well, it sounds to me as if maybe they've reached that point because they're thinking, look, I'm not quite sure what more we can do. We've come out. We don't think there's a problem with the door, but the customer insists there is, and we've reached a bit of an impasse. But look, maybe that's where we can help. Now, Charlie moved into a new build property in June 2019. Everything was absolutely fine. Until September of this year, when the electric shower in her ensuite bathroom stopped working.
We had a plumber come out on the 10th of September and said that the heating valve had gone. I think it's the heating element, that's it. Heating element had gone, so it's only producing cold water, which obviously isn't ideal, so we can't use the shower at all. I called the developers and they said it's nothing to do with us, you need to go to the manufacturers. Called the manufacturers, and that's where my problems began. They keep going back to the 2-year guarantee. So I've said to them, I'm not calling with regards to a guarantee. I'm calling with regards to the Consumer Rights Act. The manufacturer keeps saying that it's irrelevant. The Consumer Rights Act doesn't mean anything. You had to prove that it was faulty within, I can't remember exactly, but I think 6 weeks within delivery. And I'm saying that's got nothing to do with it. That's not why I'm calling.
Well, the manufacturer is quite correct that the Consumer Rights Act is irrelevant as far as they're concerned, because as I explained to Charlie, Charlie does not have a contract with the manufacturer. Charlie's contract is with the developer. She's purchased a house that came with various component parts, including a shower. The shower needs to be fit for purpose and it needs to last for a reasonable amount of time. But the reality is it's the developer that's responsible, not the manufacturer. Well, I've been off to have a word with the developer on Charlie's behalf, and I have a feeling we've had some luck on this one. Charlie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, hi.
Hello. Now, I did contact the developer. I also copied in to my email the manufacturer of the shower as well. The two of them have, I understand, communicated, and there has now been an agreement that they are going to come out and get this shower sorted for you at no cost to you. What have you heard?
Yeah, so Friday morning, before 9 a.m, the manufacturer called me and arranged a time for the engineer to come out.
Super. And when is that?
The 18th. I think that's next Monday, isn't it? The 18th in the afternoon.
Brilliant. Now, I'm told they will fix it at no cost. Have they confirmed that to you?
I haven't got it in writing, but that's what she said over the phone, yes, that it would be as a, what was the word?
Goodwill gesture.
Goodwill gesture, yeah, that's it. As a goodwill gesture, they will come out and fix it, and they will supply the parts.
Good.
On the 18th.
Well, the developer has confirmed to me in writing, so I have got it in writing from the developer that they are going to arrange for the shower to be fixed for free.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Well, that's a pleasure. Let's just hope it happens. I'm going to give the developer this. Oh, just a little bit of honkage. They'll have the rest as soon as everything's sorted out. Lee's on the line. Hello, Lee.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. So, the 27th of August last year, I bought a new integrated washing machine for my new kitchen. A couple of weeks ago, it started going wrong. The clothes were coming out warm or hot. So I called the retailer, and first of all, they said it's out of warranty, we can't help you. So I said about the Consumer Rights Act. And
well done. You've been listening.
I have, yes, every day when I'm at work.
Fab.
So they said they'll offer me £30 off a new washing machine, which I said no. And they said, right, okay, what do you want us to do then? And I said, well, can you get it repaired, or you tell me what you're going to do, sort of thing. And they said, we don't have any engineers to repair it. We can't send you out a new one. The only option they can give me is for me to get someone out to have a look at it, and they will contribute to the cost of that. Okay. And that's my problem, really. I don't want them to contribute to it. I want them to pay for it, obviously.
Well, quite. So do you know what's wrong with it? You say the clothes are coming out hot, but what do you think is causing that?
Well, as far as I know, the washing machine is meant to go through a cycle, and if you put it on a hot wash, then the last wash it does is a cold wash.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to be doing that, so the clothes are always coming out warm.
So if you did your clothes on, for example, a 60...
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't do your clothes on a 60,
no,
but
my girlfriend does them at about 40, I think.
Okay.
So they're coming out at 40 degrees.
If you did... Oh, so they're still actually coming out really hot?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there's clearly something that's not working in terms of the cycle then. And it was working fine at the beginning. You didn't have this issue initially.
Fine. Yeah, it's been about 2-3 weeks. Since 2-3 weeks ago, it started causing the fault.
How interesting.
Yes.
Right, okay. So the retailer have said that you would have to get an engineer out and they will contribute towards the cost?
Yes.
Okay. But listen, you listen to my programme every day, you say, so you'll be fully aware. The Consumer Rights Act states that washing machine needs to be of reasonable quality, needs to last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah,
now, it's lasted just over a year. That's not a reasonable amount of time at all.
No, I did say this to the guy that I was talking to, and he said, yeah, I completely agree with you. It should have lasted a longer amount of time. It's obviously not fit for purpose, but that's the option. I was on the phone to him for about an hour and a half, going back and forth. He kept going away and speaking to someone higher than him, I guess. But yeah, literally, that's how we left it. He literally just said, there's nothing else I can do. But he agreed that it hadn't lasted a good amount of time.
How much did you pay for the washing machine?
£360.
360 quid. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, well, it sounds like we need to go and have a little word, and we need to try and get it sorted out. Mark in Bedford has texted to say the cold is not connected to the hot on the washing machine, is it?
No, it definitely is. I'm a heating engineer, and that's the first thing my girlfriend said, and I can assure you it's definitely connected to the cold.
Yeah,
it's for over a year, fine. So
I was going to say, that's the crucial bit, isn't it? This has only just started, so it was all working fine to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, we need to go and have a little word with the retailer, and we need to ask the retailer why, if ultimately the product is not lasted for a reasonable amount of time and it's gone wrong with a fundamental fault, just over a year after the date of purchase, why are they suggesting that Lee should now have to pay something to get it fixed? It's not acceptable.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Can we get some detail? Can we go and have a little word with them and just ask them what on earth they're playing at? Because maybe they just need to be reminded of their obligations and their responsibilities.
Just a slight nudge in the right direction.
That's right. And then, Lee, I hope you are aware, and I'm sure you will have been briefed by the team before you came on, that we don't charge for consumer problems, but when we sort washing machine problems out, that does mean that we will then all turn up with a bin bag full of our washing and we'll expect you to do it. Is that okay?
As long as you don't mind hot clothes, that's fine.
Hot, shrunken clothes. Right, look, I'm pulling you late. Let's see what we can do. I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay? Jenny bought her first home in July and decided she was going to need to buy some furniture and some bits and bobs for the property. Well, she decided to buy cabinets, wardrobes, lamps, light bulbs, stuff for the kitchen, you name it. She bought a whole load of stuff from this company. The total cost £1,250, and then she paid another 40 quid to have it delivered. On the 25th of July, the items were supposed to be delivered, but they didn't arrive, and the company rescheduled for a later date. Some of the items were then delivered in August, then a few more in September. But she came to me because she said she was still waiting for an awful lot of stuff to turn up.
I've still got 13 items missing, including doors to the cupboards that they've delivered. So I can't even put the doors on the cupboards because you have to put everything together yourself. It's not furniture that's pre-made. And I've received an email saying £44 was being refunded to me, and that would include £40 delivery costs plus randomly £4 for a light bulb for one of my lamps. And I've checked the credit card account, and only £4 for the light bulb has been refunded. So they're just sort of pretending that they've refunded my delivery costs, and I'm not sure what's going on or when my other items are going to be delivered.
Well, I promised Jenny I'd get straight onto the company, find out what was going on, and try and get the rest of her stuff delivered ASAP. Jenny's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jenny.
Hello. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. So the company, as you know, is IKEA. And they came back with this response. They said, first and foremost, we would like to sincerely apologise to Jenny for the inconvenience caused by the delay of her online order. Owing to challenges with our supply chains due to COVID-19 and labour shortages, unfortunately a part of the order was unable to be delivered on time. Our customer care team have since been in contact with Jenny, and we've shared an updated estimated delivery date for the missing items, as well as refunding the £40 delivery cost. The team will continue to monitor the flow of goods and keep Jenny informed in case of any further interruption to her order. So that was positive. I mean, we all understand the problems that some retailers are having in terms of supplying goods and getting goods from one place to another at the moment. But we were very hopeful that they would now get things resolved for you. And the delivery date, I think it was supposed to be delivered to you one day last week, wasn't it? Did they turn up, and have you got everything?
They did turn up, and we did get everything, I think.
Fantastic.
The cupboards doors came, finally. Yeah. But and the rep sent me an email saying apologising for the fact that I had to stay in the house twice for deliveries that didn't turn up, and then I was on the phone for over an hour, and then trying to phone all the time, listening to the music that they play. And then when I phoned them for over an hour, they hung up, and all of this, trying to contact them, not getting anywhere, and having to come to you. Mm-hmm. She said, by way of apology, they're going to give me a £60 voucher.
Oh, right, okay.
Because I had said that my next step originally was to buy all of this and then spend probably another £1,000 on furniture for my son's room because he needs a new bed and various things. But I've lost faith, really, because the customer service still doesn't seem to be there. Mm-hmm. Looking at the website, you still can't email them if there's a problem. You have to phone. And now I didn't have a good time on the phone at all.
Yeah.
So I'm concerned about that. But they just said, you can have this £60 voucher and let us show you that we can do better. But it doesn't give me much faith, really.
No, and I can understand that, and I would probably suggest that if you've lost faith in ordering from IKEA in this way, then maybe when it comes to furnishing your son's bedroom, you will probably want to go to an alternative retailer that maybe has as far as you're concerned, is more likely to fulfil the online order without problems. Although, to be fair to IKEA, a lot of retailers are having issues with stock and getting stuff in. Yeah. So you need to be a little bit careful that you don't cut your nose off to spite your face. And although that's not to diminish the frustration you've had with IKEA at all, but I would cut them a bit of slack because we know that a lot of companies have had a lot of issues in the last few months. So,
that was never the issue. I mean, we're still waiting for shutters that we bought in July, but we were told we would have to wait. We were told, it will be about 3 months. And we've been kept up to date all the time. And we can contact these people really easily. It was the fact that they just didn't let me know at all. Yeah. And just made me just stay in for nothing. So I've said that I think £60 is a bit of an insult. So I'm just waiting to see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of compensation, that's not something that I'm going to get involved in.
No.
From my perspective, the most important thing I needed to do to help you was to get you your stuff.
Yes.
Now,
we did.
and we did. So I'm very pleased about that. So we will thank IKEA for getting you your stuff. What I would do, just just from a kind of customer service perspective, if I were in your position, and I completely understand that you feel grumpy about it because you've wasted a whole load of time and effort and it's all just been hassle, and you shouldn't have to face this hassle. You should have had a good experience. What I would be inclined to do is to write a letter to the UK-based managing director of IKEA, just to say, I want to make you aware of the very disappointing experience I've had. You know, I came to IKEA to buy all of my things. I trusted that you were a good company with a good reputation and that you would make the whole experience a pleasurable one. And unfortunately, it's been anything but pleasurable. Explain the situation and then say in your letter, I have been offered a £60 voucher that really I do not feel makes up for the inconvenience that you have caused me and the problems that I have faced. But I would like to give you the opportunity one last time to do the right thing. I think I would be inclined to write that kind of letter and just see how interested they are in preserving your custom. And you might even want to put in the letter that you actually have another large order that you need to make for all of your son's furniture, but at this time you don't have confidence that IKEA will be able to fulfil that order. So you're considering taking the business elsewhere. I think that might just focus minds a bit.
Okay. I would do that if I could find their email, but I don't suppose you know what it is.
Well, we are dealing with their communications department. So are you saying IKEA doesn't have a single customer service email?
No, but the person that you dealt with has emailed me, so I can reply to her.
But if you look, surely there must be a head office address in the UK. I would be inclined to send them a good old-fashioned letter to the managing director.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look. I mean, it's not particularly, as unfortunately so many companies make finding their addresses and finding their contact details so difficult. And unfortunately, IKEA seems to be one of those companies. I can't instantly find. Hang on a second. IKEA Limited is a company registered in England, and its registered address is in Milton Keynes.
Oh, okay.
Registered company address. I think I'd send it to there. Send it to their address in Milton Keynes and mark the letter for the attention of the managing director.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
In terms of your stuff, shall I give them my horn and thank them very much indeed?
Yes, for the stuff, yes.
Good. Okay, and have you put it all together?
No. But it's been quite sunny, so we've had things to do at the weekend. We've only got the weekend to do things, and our 3-year-old doesn't always help, so
right.
We try.
Doesn't he have naps?
No.
Right,
when he was 1.
Oh dear. Well, it's going to be late night furniture building then.
Yeah.
You know, stick him to bed at 7 o'clock and get your screwdriver out. I think that's what's going to be necessary. Jenny, listen, I'm going to thank IKEA very much indeed. I will give them the horn. Please let me know how they respond to your letter, and any other problems, you know where we are. Now, Maria ordered a new back door. She spent just over £2,500 on this door. She paid a deposit of £575. This was back in September of 2020. Its delivery was delayed, and when it did finally arrive in mid-October, well, pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, the manager of the company came round to try and sort things in December, but despite Maria warning that the weather on the day he was attending was going to be very, very bad and she was concerned about that, they insisted on coming anyway, and she said, it was awful. She said he took all the door off and all the rain and the hail was all coming into her kitchen. It was an absolute nightmare. Well, she said that door wasn't right either, the replacement door. She came to me 8 months later and said, this is just ridiculous. I just cannot get this sorted. Can you please help? And that's when I went and spoke to the company on Maria's behalf. Well, she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, Maria, I'm wondering whether I'm going to be retired by the time we finally get this sorted out, because this is just dragging on and on and on. The company that you decided to use for the installation of this back door is a company I'd not encountered before. They're called DG Solutions. And DG Solutions are based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. Now, they promised they were going to get things resolved. They, in the end, suggested that, in fact, maybe a UPVC door, in hindsight, wasn't the most appropriate product for you, and actually a composite door would be a better idea. So they were then going to get that ordered. But, of course, all of this was happening with the background of COVID. So there were delays in terms of getting the door. It's taken ages. You've been very patient. Very, very patient. When we spoke a few weeks ago, you were saying that the guy turned up with the door. He was going to fit the door, but when he was looking through all the stuff that had come with the door, some of the trim that he would need to fit it was the wrong colour. So he said to you, oh, the trim's the wrong colour. I'll go and get some trim that matches and I'll be back. But the shop had shut. He couldn't get hold of the trim, so he couldn't fit the door. So you were then left with the door for ages. Then finally the installer came back out, fitted your door for you, but you said you were still dissatisfied with the response. Now, this is where it's a bit interesting, because I went off to have a word with the company, as you know, and the company said, we can't believe Maria is still so unhappy about this, because she gave our fitter a bottle of wine and thanked him for the job he'd done. Well, when I put that to you, you said that when he'd finished the door, it was dark, and he, to be fair to him, he'd worked hard on it, and you hadn't had an opportunity to fully inspect it. So you wanted to thank him for the work he'd done, but you hadn't at no point actually said to the company, oh yes, I'm 100% satisfied with the door. And it wasn't until the following day, when you had an opportunity to inspect it in the light, that you saw all of the various problems with it. So I went and spoke to the company. Now, incidentally, you've also shared some photos that we shared on our Twitter, and people overwhelmingly, Maria, understood what you were unhappy about and agreed with you that it was not on. The finish of this door is just, to be honest with you, Maria, it looks like a second-hand door. You know, the various problems with the door do not make it look like a brand new door. So I went back to the contact I've been dealing with at DG Solutions, based in Hainault Business Park in Essex, and said, look, what's going on with this? This doesn't look good enough. I can understand why Maria is still unhappy. There was this problem with the threshold, where the threshold had been, the one that was installed on the door is the wrong way round, which means that if there's any rain, the water will then come into your house. It was just all ridiculous. I said, when are you going to get this sorted out? Well, they promised they were going to go out and they were going to get everything sorted for you last Thursday.
Yes.
But it didn't happen, did it?
I expected the fitter at 9 a.m. Thursday.
Yeah.
He didn't show up. At 10:30, I got a call from the manager to say that the threshold bar had not arrived. The other three things had, which was the pane of glass, the big one, and the outside plastic of the little window, and the bar that goes outside to stop the rain coming in. I don't know the exact name.
And that was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They called you.
They called me at 10:30, and he said that he would order it and would get back to me. At 3:05 in the afternoon, he called. He said it'd been ordered. It should arrive on Friday, and he would call me to let me know. Up until I'm speaking to you now, I've heard from no one and nothing.
You see, this is what is so frustrating.
Yes, communications.
The communication or lack of it is just making a bad situation a million times worse. Because if they had realised that they hadn't, in fact, got the threshold that they needed in order to sort this door out properly, they should have phoned you the day before to say, we're so sorry, this is the situation, we don't want to waste your time tomorrow waiting in for us. So then you could have made other plans. But by the time you start getting the communication from them, I would imagine that was the day kind of gone, really. Yeah, exactly.
Another wasted day, yeah.
Well, I was pretty annoyed when I received an email from them on Thursday. The email came in at 10:47 in the morning, so probably around a similar time that you were notified.
Yeah.
The email from DG Solutions in Hainault Business Park in Essex says, "Good morning, Jonathan. I wanted to update you that we have not been able to attend the scheduled appointment today. All of the items to be replaced have arrived, with the exception of the threshold. The manufacturer has assured us this will be with us next week. We have contacted Maria to advise of this. We have given her the option of us attending today to complete all of the other outstanding works, or alternatively, we've offered her to reschedule for a suitable date if she would prefer. Maria has advised us she would rather that we attend and complete all work outstanding when the threshold arrives. We sincerely apologise for the delay and have assured Maria that our manufacturer is getting this made and sent out to us as a priority."
Well, it doesn't look like it's a priority. It should have arrived on Friday, and they should have contacted me. I did say I didn't want equity bits done because it makes it a lot more work for me cleaning up afterwards. And I want the job completed once and for all, and not a bit here and a bit there.
Yeah.
Because it's disruption to my life every time they come.
I mean, this is quite a remarkable case, and I'll tell you why it's remarkable. DG Solutions in Essex, Hainault Business Park in Essex, have been identified on this programme now, unfortunately, so many times in connection with this complaint. You would like to think if you were running a business and you were having your company talked about on the radio week after week after week because you still weren't solving the problem for your customer, you'd like to think you might pull your finger out. I've never known anything quite like this, to be honest with you, Maria.
No.
I mean, if my programme wasn't involved, I wonder what position you would be in at the moment.
I'd still be with the original crappy, excuse the expression, rubbishy product that I was given, which he agreed the first one was that word I nearly used, and the second one was unfit for purpose, and the third one, everything's going wrong again. I mean, even the fitter said to me, he said, considering it's a head office complaint, everything should have been checked and double checked, and it wasn't.
Well, I've never known anything quite like it, to be honest. I mean, it's almost it's almost DG Solutions in Hainault Business Park, Essex. I think they're about to win an award on this programme for being the most discussed company for the most amount of time I think I've ever encountered. I just cannot understand it. I cannot understand it. Well, look, we will stay across this. I will drop them an email now and just say you and I have spoken again. To be fair to them, they do say in the response that they were expecting the threshold in this week, not on Friday.
Friday. It would be in on Friday, and he would call to let me know.
Right.
But no call came on Friday. So if it hadn't arrived Friday, he could have sent me a text, like he always communicated by text before. Now he communicates by phone. And he could have rang me up or sent me a text and say, look, it hasn't arrived. Can we get in touch with you next week? Now, I wouldn't have got worked up over that. I would have said, OK, fine, I understand, but nothing.
OK, well, look,
I'll drop
them an email now and just ask, has the threshold now arrived? And can somebody please just be polite and call you to book in when they're going to turn up and do everything? And I hate to say it, but I just hope everything is OK when they turn up. Because I've got to be honest with you, I don't feel very confident.
Well, with all the little problems that are there, that need to be put right, it's going to be a while, yeah.
Right, well...
the replacement bits, that's the easy part. It's the rest of it as well that needs putting right, touching up here and there, telling me what I can use to get rid of all the black dirty marks and touching up all the white bits that are showing through the plastic.
The problem that I have is looking at those photographs, there are certain parts of the touching up that I don't think are ever going to look perfect because...
Well,
You shouldn't need to touch up a new front door.
I'm not expecting perfection. I'm expecting at least a reasonable job.
Of course.
You know, perfection is gone out the window.
Of course.
But I cannot face them replacing any of it anymore. No. I just want what I've got to be put right.
Well, I think you will have to wait until they've done the best they possibly can. Yeah. You will then have to make an assessment as to whether you can then live with the job that they've done. Yeah. And then I think a conversation is going to have to take place in terms of the money that they then want you to pay as a balance on all of this, taking into account the problems that they've left you with. Yeah. But look, let's not preempt all of that now. Let's get the job done, and let's get the door as well as we possibly can and take it from there. Maria, I will email now and just let them know that we've had this conversation. I'm sure they'll hear anyway because they seem to monitor the programme. So another reason why I just can't understand why they allow this to just go on and on. But there we go.
I have no idea.
I'm quite sure they would argue some of it is out of their control, but this has gone on for months and months and months now, and it is quite astonishing.
One time a window can be short, well, twice, and then the window's perfect fit and the door's too short. You tell me that.
Listen, I'm going to go and email them now. Let's talk as soon as you've got a date for them to come and do the job again, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Mark takes fishing very seriously and likes to take part in match fishing competitions. Well, to give himself the very best chance of winning, he decided he was going to buy a very expensive new pole. £3,600 he spent on it. It's a very long pole, and he said it would help him reach the best fish. Well, he purchased it in June of this year. To his dismay, just 4 weeks later, one of the sections of this pole, one of the parts of it, snapped in half. So he took it back to the shop, and the shop agreed that it was faulty and they would replace it for him. But Mark couldn't believe it when, in September, another section of the pole broke.
A different section of the pole broke, the number 1 section, because the poles they come into number 1, number 2, number 3 and 4 and so on, so it makes up to 16-metre length. So I was playing the fish, probably about 4 pound in weight. I was just about to land it, and I heard crack, looked up, and the number 1 section completely snapped. Could not believe it. So I rang up the shop where I bought it from immediately, spoke to the manager there, and he knows me by name. So I told him what happened, and he said, "Oh, I've never heard of that before, number 1 section broke." I said, "Well, what just happened to me just now?" He said, "Oh, you could have probably knocked it or dinked it and stuff." I said, No, trust me. I really take great care of my product. Anything I buy, not just fishing, anything, I take real pride.
Well, Mark said that he didn't want a section of the rods to be replaced again. He wanted to just return the whole thing and have his money back because he said he'd lost faith in the product. I explained to Mark that at this stage, from a consumer legal perspective, he's not necessarily entitled to that. And it's better to be honest, to know where you stand legally before you start, banging your fist too loudly. That's not to say that he won't be in a position to reject the goods and ask for a refund in the future, but at this stage, if the company is still prepared to offer a repair, then they are within their rights to do that. Generally, in the eyes of the law, once a product is over 30 days old, you need to offer the retailer what is deemed to be a reasonable opportunity to repair the product or to resolve the problem for you. And it is normally considered that they should have 3 opportunities to repair the same recurring problem before you then gain the right to be able to say, "No, I'm sorry, I've given you an opportunity to fix it. You clearly can't do it. Therefore, I'll cancel it and I'll have all my money back, please." At this stage, they've only had the opportunity to repair the product once. They're offering a repair a second time, so he's not yet at that opportunity, he's not yet at that position where he can demand to have his money back. And I completely understand Mark's frustration with that, but there we are, that's where we are. Mark's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mark.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, just to further complicate matters, the man at the company that sold you this rod, he was very much in his response of the opinion that you're to blame for this.
Yes, he has been in his response to me. He confirmed that Mark had brought the rod back in last week for inspection, as we'd sort of agreed that Mark was going to take it in, agreed to have the manufacturers inspect the rod to make sure that it was a manufacturing fault and not something that Mark had done. As they'd explained, there's so many different ways, apparently, that fishing rods can snap.
And he seemed to suggest in his response, Miles, that this is a very delicate rod. It's a very specific rod used for competition purposes, and therefore it's quite specifically made, and therefore it's delicate, and just small knocks and bashes can break it.
Yeah, he's made out that this is a very specific rod, but all rods, really, the way that I read into the email, can be very delicate. And I think he said a minute ding could do enough to just start a chain reaction that would lead to a snap. He compared it with glass. If you score glass and then it ends up shattering. So it sounds like they are very delicate. And since Mark has taken it in, they've said that and it transpires that Mark's fitted this kit with a solid type elastic that's more powerful than the manufacturers state and recommend for this. This will be the reason that the kit snapped under load whilst playing a fish. They've sent it back to the manufacturers for assessment. Now, they've said they would imagine that they will replace this out of goodwill, but they say they would imagine. I don't think that's a promise.
Right, OK, so let's just talk about this then. So this is a new development since last time we spoke to you, Mark. They are now accusing you of having used the wrong elastic on the rod, and it's applied too much pressure to the rod, and that's why it snapped. Have you used the wrong elastic?
No. Right. Can I just say that I have also done some market research, and have found a list of 10 different elastic manufacturers, and every manufacturer rates differently, and every elastic manufacturer supply rates elastic differently. This particular elastic I'm using is called a hybrid elastic, and it's got in brackets combination of solid and hollow elastics. This new hybrid elastic is so much better than solid elastics, pre-coated with slip oil for durability and performance. And it goes on to say, quote, "It is a game changer for pole elastic." Yeah,
but to be fair, you're just reading out stuff from an elastic supplier. I mean, the pole supplier, they say that this is not an elastic that they recommend to be used with their pole.
But they don't recommend any elastic. It doesn't say what elastics I should use on that.
So there is no, when you received the pole, you didn't get any kind of care instructions that outlined the types of elastic you can use?
Nothing whatsoever. It just simply says the elastic rating, but it does not say what elastic. And this particular elastic I'm using, let's say, for instance, 10 of my fishing companions, out of 10 of them, probably 7 of them will use this elastic I'm using.
Well, but to be honest, none of that matters. What does matter is what you've just told me there, that at no point have you been given any care instructions with this rod that state the kind of elastic that you can or cannot use.
None whatsoever.
If what you've said is correct, then it is completely and utterly unacceptable for the retailer to blame you for putting an elastic that is designed to be used when fishing on this rod.
Absolutely. And so this elastic is called hybrid elastic. It's a combination of solid and hollow.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But to be honest with you, I mean, I'm sure that's very interesting for you and for other people into fishing. For me, it's irrelevant. The simple fact is, you used an elastic that is designed to be used when fishing on a fishing rod that did not come with care instructions. You tell me that clearly stated the type of elastic you can or cannot use with the product. So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, if the company then turns around and says, well, the manufacturer unfortunately is not prepared to replace this rod or this section of the rod for Mark because they feel the wrong elastic has been used, we will obviously need to go back to them and explain that, can they demonstrate then where they made you aware of the kind of elastic you could or could not use with this product?
No, the only time he pointed it out to me is when I went to the shop last Friday, and on part of the fishing pole, then there's number 1, number 2 section. On the number 2, in very small writing, it's got elastic rating up to 12 solid, and then below it says 14/16 hollow.
So it does. So it does say on the product the kind of elastic you should and should not use.
Yeah, but the elastic I'm using is a combination of the two. Solid and hollow elastic. It's a hybrid elastic.
Well, look, I mean, to be honest with you, this may all be by the by anyway, because hopefully the manufacturer will come back and say that they are prepared to replace that section at no cost. If, however, they come back and start suggesting there will be a cost, well, that's when I think all kinds of fun and games is then going to occur, trying to prove that the elastic that you used, that is this hybrid elastic, is suitable for that rod. I mean, that's a hoop we will have to jump through at that stage. But I mean, the none of this changes the fact that they are still in absolutely no mind to allow you to return the product and have your money back, because they still seem to be suggesting that it's your use of the product that has broken it, certainly on this latest occasion.
Well, let's put it this way. I've got two other poles, different manufacturers, and I use that elastic and the other two parts. I've never had...
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because those poles aren't the same pole as this pole.
No, exactly, but that elastic is very soft.
Yeah, but if those poles were the same as the pole you've just bought, you wouldn't have bought the pole you've just bought.
No,
it must offer something over and above what your other poles do. So therefore, it must be
lightness and stiffness.
Okay, so it's a lighter pole. It's not the same pole. And it may well be that the elastic you use with the lighter pole has to be a different kind of elastic.
I see what you're saying, but say this elastic is a combination of the two.
Okay.
So I'm banging in the middle.
Look, we may well, but to be honest, we may well be arguing over an issue that we don't need to argue over, because at this stage we're just waiting to hear back from the manufacturer as to whether they will replace that pole. Have you written them that letter just to put them on notice? You have?
I have, yeah, and
Okay.
I send it signed for...
Well, I think they've suggested in their conversation with Miles that if you did try and reject the goods, that would certainly be something that they would want to go the legal route.
Sure.
So, it may well be that if that does occur again, if this rod does snap again and you do reject the goods, it's going to have to go to the small claims court, and you're going to have to allow it to be argued out there. Listen, we'll keep you in the loop as soon as we hear back from the manufacturer. You do the same with us and we'll take it from there. Liz is on the line. Hello, Liz.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Liz. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I emailed you because I wanted some advice, really. I know from previous programs that consumer rights and all that, if something is faulty, you can return it. However, these are earrings for pierced ears. And when I went back to the shop...
I'll tell you what, Liz, can you start at the beginning?
Yeah.
So
okay.
When did you buy the earrings you're talking about?
Well, I bought them in July because I was... actually, I'd lost a pair that my late husband bought me, and I lost one of them, which were markedly more expensive with real diamonds. I couldn't afford to replace the earrings, so I bought a duplicate, sort of a replica pair. Mm-hmm. And initially... Yeah, they're fine. Then
how much were they?
They're $49.99.
Okay. And these are earrings for pierced ears.
Yes.
And what were they? Like a stud earring or what?
They're a stud earring with a cubic zirconia stone in the middle.
Okay.
Initially, I lost the butterfly, the backs to them, because they were very flimsy, inferior metal. And so I wasn't too put out because I had spares, so I just put another pair on. But the other day I went to put them in and noticed one of the stones had fallen out. So I thought, well, this, a penny short of £50. They weren't particularly cheap. So I thought I'm going to take them back to the shop because there were two things wrong with them. When I went back to the shop, I had to call for assistance because the girls were giggling in the back. And I explained that what I just said to you, that I'd lost the backs and then the stone, and I'd like to either have a refund or exchange them. And the sales assistant said, sorry, company policy, don't do that for pierced earrings. So I said, but they're faulty. So she said, no, sorry, it's company policy. And that's all she kept saying, company policy, we can't do anything with pierced earrings.
Were they prepared to offer a repair?
No, nothing.
Nothing at all, okay.
She was quite dismissive. Yeah, so that's why I emailed the programme to find out where I stood.
Right, I mean, as you have rightly pointed out, any product that you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I mean, you say £50 is a lot for earrings. You'll have to forgive me. My knowledge of earrings for women is non-existent, so I have no idea how much earrings are. I can't believe that £50 for earrings is necessarily a lot of money, though, is it?
It's not a lot of money for a pair of earrings. They were a lot for me to buy a replica to replace the ones my husband bought, which were markedly more expensive.
Right. But they're fairly inexpensive earrings in the grand scheme of things. Now, the reason why that's important is that the more money you spend on something, the better quality you can expect it to be.
Yes.
I always use the same example. You can't expect a Nissan Micra to be the same quality as a Rolls-Royce. You know, the two are completely different products. One of them costs a lot more than the other. So how much were the earrings that your husband had bought you?
Well, I don't know. They were a present, and I Googled the place and came up with a figure of 300, and my daughter said they weren't quite that much.
Right. But you're talking hundreds of pounds. So obviously to spend $49.99 on a similar pair of earrings, you're never going to get the same quality as the earrings that you had before. And the law would state that you're not entitled to expect that they would be the same quality.
No, of course.
However, they must still last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I would have thought with earrings, once you've popped them in, there's not really a lot that happens to them. It's not like a ring, is it? When you're wearing a ring and you might be doing washing up or, you know, doing stuff with your hands, you might catch the ring on something, the stone might get caught on something and it might damage it. With earrings, I presume once you've put them in your ear, they don't really come into contact with anything else.
No, there's no wear or tear or anything.
No. So I think what I would have been very interested to ask the members of staff in the shop, if they were saying, well, we don't have any responsibility to do anything to you. Well, why did they think the stone had come out of that earring?
Yeah.
I presume you didn't ask them that.
Oh, sorry, no, I didn't. They wouldn't. They didn't even. My initial thing of explaining why the backs were different. She said, "Oh, we wouldn't have taken them back anyway because you haven't even got the right backs on them." And that then put my back up because I thought, you haven't even listened to me. And I said, no, but they are faulty. The stone's fallen out. The backs have come off. And she was just, she had a patronising smile, and I was getting more and more wound up. And I'm not happy with myself for doing it. But I raised my voice.
Oh, right.
And, you know, she still smiled at me and said, sorry, it's company policy. We're not doing anything.
So just, I'd rather be forearmed with all of this.
Yes.
Did you lose your temper with her?
No, I just raised my voice. The octave went up, and I said, but they are sort of cheap earrings. And no, she was.
You told her they were cheap earrings
because of the way they had, you know, hadn't lasted.
Yeah, I mean, I just advise for future. I don't think that was necessarily helpful for your case because
no, probably not.
I think the argument is that you didn't expect these earrings to necessarily last you for the next 10 years, but you certainly expected them to last for longer than a couple of months before you got stones falling out of them. The little clasp that goes on the back of it falling off, and you losing those. I mean, your argument is that for the money you paid, they are just not of reasonable quality.
No.
And therefore, you would like to offer the company the opportunity to either repair them, or replace them, or give you your money back.
I have got other earrings from this company, and I've had them for a long time without any problem. So I wasn't too, that's why I went back to them to buy these ones. I've never had a problem before.
And the woman that was in the shop that you said had a patronising tone, I mean, was she just a member of staff or was she the manager?
No, she's the sales assistant.
Right. Well, maybe she doesn't know the law.
No.
It's not really acceptable because companies really should train their members of staff up so that any member of staff knows when they're dealing with a customer what the customer is and is not entitled to. Because apart from anything else, I think it's just very poor that a member of staff stands there and is completely ignorant to you of your rights under the Consumer Rights Act. I mean, it's just not a very good look, is it?
No.
If she had said to you, well, I'm really sorry that you've had the problem. It's not really something that I can deal with, but you'll need to come back and speak to the manager, or can I take your details and I'll get the manager to call you? Or, she could have dealt with it in a different way. But to stand there, you say in a patronising tone, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But it does sound as if she just doesn't really know what she's talking about, and she's come out with a load of old nonsense to you. I mean, that's never going to please someone, is it?
She just wasn't there to be helpful. She didn't look at my receipt. She didn't listen to what I was saying. It was just no, we're not helping, that's it.
Okay. Right, well, look, you've done the right thing. Well done for not losing your temper. I know it can be very frustrating, and I'm not sitting here preaching because I've got a terrible temper, and when I lose it, my word, it's fireworks. But it's not normally helpful, particularly in a shop environment. If you lose your temper, you've lost the argument normally. So it's better when you're dealing with someone who clearly just doesn't know what they're talking about. It's better to take a deep breath and say, OK, well, I'll deal with this separately because this is not going to get us anywhere. Miles.
Yes.
You look like the kind of person who's got a pierced ear.
Yeah, I've got a pierced ear. I've got one in the lobe on one side and my cartilage on the other. So I'm cool.
Your cartilage?
Yeah, at the top. You can see it. I've never seen it
before.
How dare you?
How lovely.
Why would
you have that done?
I think I was bored one day and I wanted something to do.
Right, it's charming. Right, well, listen, Miles is now officially this programme's earring correspondent. So what I'm going to do, I'll pass Miles back. We'll pass you back to Miles, rather, Liz. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word with this company. And it sounds as if we just need to speak to someone at the company that does have a modicum of understanding of consumer law.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, leave it with us. I'll pass you back to Miles now, Liz, OK?
No, thank you.
Hang on there, please. Carla booked a holiday in February 2020 to go to Gran Canaria. It was very expensive because 6 of them were going. It was £5,899. Well, they were really looking forward to this holiday for a number of very good reasons.
We'd been before at that time of year, just after my mum had passed away about 7 years ago. So we wanted to go again. It's a really nice thing for us to do because my dad doesn't want to travel on his own, and it's just a lovely opportunity to sort of remember her. So we were obviously really disappointed we couldn't go. I sent an email to confirm that it had all been cancelled and to wait 30 days. And when we got to that 30 days, and they said a similar kind of thing, would you like to buy another holiday? So at this point, it's sort of 60 days. We said, no, we'll rather wait for, you to get all of the refunds at your end and to have the money back. And then last week, almost at 90 days, we received an email with a voucher, but the voucher is for £3,179.83. I've no idea why it's that, and it also references 1 adult and 2 children, so not our party of 6. And it says that we have a year to use that voucher, and if we don't use it by the 31st of December in 2021, we can at that point start to ask for a refund in cash. So I now feel like I'm being given the runaround big style.
Well, Carla wants her money back. Not too much to ask, is it? And I was absolutely astonished when I found out the holiday company, and I couldn't understand why they hadn't just refunded Carla what she was owed. Well, it would appear Carla and her family are not the only ones that were owed a lot of money by this company. They're Teletext Holidays. Let's find out what the latest is, because Carla's back on the JVS show. Hello, Carla.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, Carla. Now, as you know, and we won't go over it all again, I shall just give a kind of very brief overview. I've dealt with Teletext Holidays over the years, on many occasions, and they've never struck me as being anything other than pretty decent. When a complaint occurred, They would normally try and resolve it, and when they owed customers money, they would refund those customers. Until COVID hit. And then I encountered a very different response from Teletext, when I could actually get a response from their representatives. A lot of the time I was chasing and getting absolutely nothing in return. It quickly became apparent why they owed a lot of people a lot of money. Now, I'm sure most of the travel companies are in exactly the same position of owing a lot of people a lot of money, and I'm sure for most travel companies this must have been an absolute nightmare. Trying to manage the cash flow when customers want their money back must have been very difficult. But still, under package holiday regulations, you were entitled to your money back, and yet we just couldn't get Teletext Holidays to pay you back. Well, it was getting so frustrating. In the end, they have made a payment to you, albeit very far down the road. You were telling me that you received a payment back in August of this year, but it was not a full payment, was it?
That's right. Yeah, it was the same amount as was on the gift voucher that they had offered us. So sort of just over half what we'd paid for the holiday.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, because the holiday had cost £5,899. I went back to Teletext Holidays representative and said, look, thank you very much indeed for the generic responses that you're sending, but can I please have a specific response to Carla's complaint, because Carla has not received all of the money she was expecting. Well, they've come back with this. It is a very specific response. Referring to the bank statements, 4 separate payments were made to the customer. The 16th of the 2nd, 2020, £1,200. The 16th of the 3rd, 2020, £704. The 16th of the 4th, 2020, £704. And the 16th of the 5th, 2020, £569. They are the payments that were made by the customer to Teletext Holidays, they say, with a full refund, a total amount of £3,179.85 that we then paid the customer on the 19th of August. So they're saying the only amount of money they ever received from you were those 4 payments, one of £1,200, one of £704, one of £704, and then £569.95, total £3,179.85.
Well, the plot thickens. We did have a holiday that was cancelled before this holiday with the same holiday company that was booked at the same time. It was for the summer, a smaller family holiday. And that was cancelled. And rather than give us a refund, they gave us the option to use that holiday, which was £2,800, I think, to put towards the next holiday. So essentially, I have explained this to Teletext on the forms when I put forward for the refund, because there was an option on their website to put all that detail in. And I gave them also all of the booking codes for the previous holiday that had been for the August time.
So that was a credit that was transferred over from one holiday to this holiday by their internal
Correct.
System.
Yes.
Have we got any evidence of that in writing?
Do you know, yes, I think we probably do have emails. It was all done on the phone initially, but I've emailed them to confirm, and they fully must have been aware that that was paid off, because they allowed us to go on holiday. They were sending us the vouchers to sign in for the flights and all of the information about the accommodation. And I'm pretty sure a company wouldn't offer you a holiday if you'd only paid just over half of it.
Well, no, but I mean, I think the slight problem is, according to their system, they're looking back at what you paid them for this holiday. And they say the total they received from you was £3,179.85, and that's what they paid you back. What they don't seem to be taking into account is that there was this credit for another holiday that was transferred over and put towards this holiday.
Yes.
And that's what we need to prove.
Those, but perhaps if I send you the information that I've got in relation to that initial holiday that was cancelled and put into the credit, because obviously that has all the booking references, which I have supplied, and I did supply at the time that I requested the refund formally 2, but perhaps we could follow it up that way. Do you think that would work?
Well, I think we're going to have to try that, because certainly at the moment they are suggesting they've paid you back everything they received for that holiday. I mean, it's not uncommon for someone not necessarily to have paid the full amount for a holiday at the point that the holiday is cancelled, because obviously people will make payments in stages, and it's clear from the stages that you had paid that the money was paid in kind of dribs and drabs rather than in one lump sum.
Yeah.
So they seem to be arguing that as far as they're concerned, the actual money for that holiday that they had received was $3,179.85, and they've paid you that back. They don't seem to take into account the rollover credit from the previous holiday. They don't seem to be taking that into account. Now, are they going to refund you that credit, or are they going to say, we're not going to refund you that credit? That was transferred into a form of credit. That credit still stands, but we're not prepared to refund it.
Don't know.
I mean,
not sure.
No, I don't know.
And I've never had a voucher for that. I've never had any form of credit for that. It was just put
But you must have had something in writing to confirm that rolled over credit exists. Surely.
I think when they said we'll roll that over, that means that your balance will be fully paid. I wrote to them and confirmed that that's what we'd agreed. And when I logged onto my account via the app, it was paid off. The credit was paid. There was nothing left to pay.
Right.
And they sent me the tickets in advance of going on the holiday. The holiday only got cancelled, the day after we were due to leave, at which point we were all in lockdown, so we couldn't have gone. The other way that I'm thinking we might be able to approach this is to claim the initial holiday, which was also a COVID sort of cancellation, as a separate holiday, rather than and just ignore the fact that they credited it, because it was still a holiday that they cancelled due to COVID. It was just earlier in the year.
Yes. Well, let's find out. I mean, it's just very frustrating, Teletext Holidays, that here we are all this time later, and this is only now proving to be, an issue. I mean, it's a great shame. If only they'd responded specifically to your complaint right from the very beginning regarding all of this, we wouldn't now be in this position all these months later where you're still owed all this money and you haven't got it. And now, potentially, there's the chance of us having to start from scratch again with you putting in another claim for the other holiday.
Yeah. I
mean, God knows how long you're then going to have to wait for that money to come back. I think the simplest way of doing it is if you can get me written evidence, that money from the first holiday that was cancelled because of COVID was then transferred into a credit that was rolled over into the other holiday, and therefore that money seems to have got lost in their system. I think the best way is for me to say, look, can you now get your chequebook out and write out another cheque for that amount of money, please? Because at the moment, the refund you have provided to Carla and her family is short of nearly £3,000.
Let's do that. That sounds like a good approach.
Well, yes, let's just hope it works. Carla, if you can get me that written evidence, that would be great, and I will go and contact them. Hello, Michelle.
Hi there.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, so we're an ever-growing family, like most people, and we decided to build an extension on the back of a house to open up sort of the kitchen and dining area, have a family space. Part of that, we decided we wanted some nice big doors put out the back. We decided not to go with our builders. We went with a separate company to do that, and started on doing the extension and getting everything done. We booked the doors really early because there was a bit of a lead time on them back in July 2020.
Now, when you say nice big doors, do you mean these very snazzy bifold doors?
Well, they're not quite bifold doors. They don't fold like bifolds. What they do is each door slides on its own on a track and they open. They're kind of named sort of slide doors, panoramic doors, because you can literally open as much or as little as you like.
Why not bifold doors, just out of interest?
Well, we've spoken to quite a few people and they said, well, we've had bifolds, but we never really opened them fully because you've either got to have them fully open or fully closed. And the gap that we were covering was 5 metres. So we kind of thought, well, that's really good because we can open just 2 panels instead of opening all 5 panels of the doors. So we thought it was a much better option. So we decided to go for that.
I don't really understand, though, because, I mean, surely with bifold doors, you just open as much of the door as you want.
Well, I kind of think you have an opening one door and then the rest of the panels concertina right to the end. So you either, what people had said to us when we sort of like investigated it, is you either have to have them all open, the segment doors, or all closed. You can't kind of leave them halfway open and halfway closed because of the wind and things like that.
Oh.
Whereas these panels, all 5 panels are set, and you literally have an opening door like you would normally in a bifold situation, one door that just opens like a back door, and then each panel will slide right up and it will just open like a door at the end, and then they stack all on one side. So I could open 2 panels and have the gap in the middle. I could open all 5 panels and have a big gap, or I could open just 1 panel with the door and just have a smallish gap. So it was, it allows you that little bit more flexibility. If it's a little bit windy but it's warm, you want to open 1 or 2 panels, you can, rather than saying opening 1 door and then having to have the whole lot fully open with a bifold.
Okay, well, I mean, they sound very nice, and I'm looking at photos of them and I can see what you're talking about. They look very, very nice. I'm very envious. I'd love something like that at the back of my property. They're really nice. My brother's got beautiful bifold doors at the back of his house, and in the summer months, when you're having a barbecue and you just open the whole back of your house up, it's really, really, really wonderful. So I absolutely see the advantage of them. But they're not cheap, are they? How much were you spending on these panoramic doors?
Well, originally it was £6,000. That was our original quote, was £6,000, yep.
What did you end up agreeing to pay?
Well, so far we've paid $4,800 to the company because we held back the last instalment because obviously we've had some issues.
Oh, okay. Right, well, let's get to those issues and then maybe we'll find out why you haven't paid them all the money. So when did they start fitting the doors?
Well, we booked them in July with a 12-week lead. The builders got the hole ready and everything. They came and surveyed that in October 2020. There were some issues with the survey because when they sent the paperwork back, we queried the size of the dimensions of the doors, etc. Because we've been pretty hands-on with our build project, we kept an eye on everything as we go. And then the doors were due to be November 20, but then they first delayed them at that point. So that was our first bit of trouble that we had with them. They were delayed to December. And then we got to December, and then they said they'd been delayed again. We had to go through, obviously, the winter with just some plywood at the back of the house on this large opening. So it was pretty drafty, pretty cold. We got to January and we paid our second instalment. So we paid a deposit on initial booking, and then we paid our second instalment, and they were due to come in January.
Now, this company you were using, how did you? I don't want anything that will identify who they are, but how did you come across them? I mean, had they been recommended to you?
No, we'd done some research online, and we found only 2 companies at the time that were doing that sort of door. So that's why we decided out of the 2, we just looked initially at some reviews. Most of the reviews were really good, saying that the system and the doors was good, but customer care wasn't always that hot. So we thought, actually, we could probably get by with a little bit of the customer care issues. We know the doors were really good. We had a salesman come to the house and showed us all the product and everything.
And your builder couldn't have recommended someone to do it for you?
At the time, the company that they were using, were only offering bifold doors.
Right.
So that's why we didn't then go through the builder.
Okay. I mean, it's always just a bit, I guess the point I'm making really is always a bit of a risk to go with an unknown company, particularly for something that's big. You know, you're talking about something very important. This is the whole back of your house. Yeah. Thousands of pounds at stake. To go with really a completely unknown company is a bit of a risk. But as long as you did your
as
long as you did your due diligence and you looked at all the customer reviews and you assessed that in fact they were still a trustworthy and decent company to do business with, then okay.
Yeah. We did. We looked into that and we did look at some of the reviews. And as I said, most of them said the product is fantastic. The only downside was a little bit of they weren't very quick at dealing with issues or customer care, but most of them had their issues resolved. So we were thinking along those lines, we could probably stay on the case, stay hot with them, make sure we're staying in constant contact with them, and hopefully we'll get through it. So that's kind of how we went through it initially.
Okay, but obviously things were going wrong quite quickly with all these delays. So we get to this is January of this year.
Now. Yeah, January 21, the doors arrived to be fitted and they were the wrong size as we queried with them back when they done the survey. So the doors didn't get fitted. We blocked up the hole again with the plyboard and off they went. So during February, they said they would remake the doors in the factory, but when they did remake them, they'd done them wrong. So they said there was another delay. Then they said there was delays due to lack of materials. And then in March, they offered us an upgrade to the free electric blinds because we had manual blinds inserted inside the glass panels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so they did offer us the upgrade to the automatic, like remote control blinds. So we said, okay, that's a little bit of compensation. So we thought, well, they are trying. You know, they are giving us some feedback and information at that point, and they have obviously offered us the upgrade to the electric blinds. So we took that.
And these are the blinds, I've seen these, they're the blinds that are actually in between the two panes of glass.
Yes, that's right, yes. So
very swish.
So you can have manual, which is what we originally ordered, was the manual ones, where they have a small little track on the side where you can roll them up and down and twist them, you know, to light and dark. Mm-hmm. But as part of an offer to us, because of the difficulties we'd had and the delays we had, they offered us an free upgrade to the electric ones, which are done by remote control.
So where are they and what's going on now?
So now we're in April, we finally get the new size doors installed with the electric blinds, and we find we have a problem with the master door. It completely dropped and completely ruined the sill at the underneath, and then the blinds all dropped at the top, and so far we've got 2 blinds not working. So that was back sort of like April, May time, and then from June, sort of July time, we've been ringing them and calling them. And July time, they said, oh, we've got some new doors coming for you. Please hold on. We'll be with you shortly. And then in August, the new doors arrived. They never took them out of the van. The R&D manager came over to us and said to us, the blinds have dropped again. I don't wish to install them. But they did replace the sill at that point. So this was just...
This must be costing them an absolute fortune.
Yeah, that's what we kept saying. I don't know how they're still in business if this is how they're doing business.
Which I have to keep remaking doors. I mean, never mind the profit you were originally going to make on the original order. It's then massively eating into your company profits, isn't it? Because you're then having to fund the replacement door manufacturing every single time.
Yeah, definitely. So we were kind of sitting thinking, how are they managing? You know, how are they managing to make money out of all of this, really? And then, of course, since August, since they said they would retest the blinds and come back, during September we tried to contact them and we couldn't contact them anymore. The website had gone down, the telephone numbers we are unable to contact. We did manage to contact one manager on social media before, as we've been tracking through, but again, we've had no response from them in any way. So we're at a stage now where we've got doors that have got broken blinds, and also when they first installed them, the glass on the inside is dirty. So they weren't clean sealed units. So we can't even if we did manage to open the blinds, which we can't, we don't have clear glass. It's constantly dirty in 4 out of the 5 panels.
Right. Okay. Well, this is a disaster, really, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we're just at a loose end now as to where we can go from here and what we can do.
Is the company still in business or not?
We have no idea. We can't track them. We can't get hold of anybody. The website's gone down. The telephones have gone down. So we think that they may have gone out of business.
Right. How did you pay for the doors?
Via our credit card.
Ah, fantastic. Well, that may well be your saving grace in all of this, because have you spoken to your credit card company yet?
We put a claim in with them to
Section 75 claim, yeah?
Well, we put the initial claim in and they said they refused that, and they said we've got to do this Section 75 claim, which we have processed with them, but we haven't heard anything back yet.
Right, okay. Thank goodness you paid by credit card.
Okay.
Because had you paid by any other method, then if this company has indeed gone out of business and you're going to be left with a load of useless doors that need some fairly major remedial works carried out on. I mean, from what you're describing, it sounds as if the glazing panels are going to have to be replaced because they're dirty. Those glazing panels have then got to have electronic blind systems fitted to the inside of them, which is not going to be cheap, is it?
No.
So to put these doors in a position where they are of reasonable quality and are functioning as they should do is probably going to cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you've still got some of that money because you haven't paid them the full amount.
Yep.
So you owe them, what, another 1,800 quid?
Yeah, 1,200. We paid 4,008 and we owe them 1,200 still.
Oh, okay. Well, there's no way that's going to cover it, is there?
No.
Is it? I mean, it's going to cost you much more.
We've actually looked at the other company, which was the company that the two companies that we compared, who do this style door, and we've spoken to them already and said, is there anything they can do? And they said they will not touch other products at all. So the only option we can do is have a quote for a whole new set of doors.
Right. And do you know how much that's likely to be?
At the moment, they're coming in about £8,000.
That's even more than last time.
Yeah. Probably because of costs going up like they have been at the moment.
Yeah, quite. Right. Well, obviously, firstly, what we need to try and do is to get hold of the original company, and we need to track down them and find out what is going on with them. Let's keep fingers crossed they are still in business and we can have a conversation with them. It doesn't sound from what you're saying as if that's going to be very likely.
I did just, as you were speaking, try the website and it says access denied. So first time round, it's not looking too good, but we can try our best with whatever means we can get hold of them to try and get hold of somebody.
Did the other company that you phoned and you spoke to, did they say that they'd heard anything about them? Because normally companies will know what's going on with their competitors.
No, they didn't say that they'd heard anything about them. They just said that they wouldn't touch that product, that they would only reinstall new doors. That's all they said.
Right. I'm just looking here at reviews for this company.
And they're coming in hard and fast, aren't they?
Well, they're awful.
Yeah, they are at this moment, yeah.
I presume they weren't awful when you came across them, because when I talked about doing your due diligence, I mean, this if you were to look this company up and you were to see these reviews, you would think, right, I'm not going anywhere near them.
Exactly. When we looked last year, so it was spring of last year that we started investigating this, when we looked at that point, the majority of the reviews were kind of mid sort of 3s and 4s, and they were saying that...
3s or 4s?
Like stars out of the 5.
That's not very high.
The product was excellent, but it was the customer care that, that they weren't always quick answering the phones or emails. That was what the feedback was initially at that time.
Right. Well, it would appear there are a lot of very unhappy customers.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling through them now. I'm back to June of this year, where every single review is a 1-star.
Yep.
Where are we now?
We've been following it on it as well.
May of this year, absolutely dreadful experiences everyone seems to have had. Where are we back to? Oh, hang on. Back to April. So in April time, the company was responding to some of the negative reviews.
Yeah.
February and April, there were responses, and then the responses kind of stop.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, we need to try and track them down. It sounds from what you're saying as if we are likely to find out that they've whatever has gone wrong has obviously been fairly terminal for them as a business, but at this stage we'll keep an open mind. If the company has gone, then I'm afraid in terms of you pursuing them, that avenue has been closed off.
Yep.
And the only saving grace is, thank goodness you pay by credit card, because when you pay by credit card, the credit card company is jointly liable with the provider of the product or service.
Okay.
It's Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act, and it means that the credit card company has to take over the responsibility for the product that A, is faulty, and B, the order has not been fulfilled properly.
Okay.
So I would imagine, you say you've started the claim.
Yeah.
I would imagine that will be successful.
Okay.
And hopefully that would cover you for, well, it's not going to cover you probably for the cost of the replacement doors, because if they're going to be an extra £2,000, but hopefully it will give you the money back that you've spent on the doors so far.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can get hold of them. Let's try and find out what's going on. It's clearly things have gone horribly wrong for them as a company, and it's clear that a lot of people are very unhappy.
Yeah.
Based on the reviews that have been left. But look, let's do our own research and we'll take it from there. I'll pass you back to Miles.
Yes.
Yep.
Fun and games ahead, I think.
It looks like it's going to be an interesting one, doesn't
it?
It
does. Okay, hang on there, please. I'll pass you back now.
Thanks.
Now, in October of 2019, Chris booked flights to go to Australia to get married to his fiancée. They were due to travel on the 26th of September of last year, 2020, but of course, because of coronavirus, they couldn't go. Well, Chris eventually did get married, but they changed the location to Gretna Green instead. Who needs Australia when you can have Gretna Green, eh? Well, in the meantime, Chris requested a refund of more than £2,100 from the agent that he booked the flights through, but he came to me because he said he's not having any joy.
We thought, COVID's going to blow over, with nothing to worry about. We booked with a credit card, so we covered travel insurance. That was 15, 16 months ago, and we've still not had a refund. We booked it through an online flight agent, and what they're saying is they can't refund us until they're refunded from the airlines.
Well, I said to Chris, whose name appears on your credit card statement? Who actually took the money? And Chris said it is the travel agent name. It's not the airline, it's the travel agent name. So one would assume, if this follows the usual convention, that means Chris's contract is with the travel agent. And whether the travel agent has managed to get the money back from the airline or not, that's not really Chris's concern. One would imagine that, as I say, if this follows the usual convention, his contract is with this travel agent, and therefore they need to pay him the money back, and they need to fight it out with the airlines concerned. But does this follow usual convention? Well, let's find out, because Chris is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Chris. Now, I know Miles has been off to have a word with that travel agent. Who are they, and what are they saying in response to us?
So the website that Chris used was apodo.co.uk, and they are they're run by eDreams, a company called eDreams.
Okay.
They've given us a statement. They've said that they understand Chris's frustration. It is the legal responsibility of airlines to refund customers in cases of cancellation, and all airlines have different policies with regards to refunds. As a travel agent, their role is as an intermediary between airlines and travellers, and they do their best to support their customers if they request a refund because their flights are cancelled by the carrier. In this role, they've handled over 2 million flight cancellations since the start of the pandemic. In this case, now, Chris's flights were with separate airlines, which can sometimes happen over long haul because of stopovers.
Yeah.
So in this case, 2 of the airlines Chris had booked to fly with only offer vouchers, not refunds. One airline does offer refunds, but apparently the company is undergoing a financial restructuring process and is processing requests extremely slowly. Apparently, they're continuing to push for prioritisation of refunds for Opodo customers, including Chris. However, it isn't within their power to control this process. Again, they appreciate that this must be very frustrating, and they will continue to support Chris as best they can.
Right, okay. So ultimately they are saying that even though it is they that took the money as a company, even though on Chris's credit card statement it shows their company name,
yes,
rather than the airlines, they're saying that Chris's contract is with the airlines directly.
Yeah, that's what they are making out, and that effectively they're saying that there's nothing they can do.
Right. I mean, Chris, that's I presume what they've been telling you so far as well?
Well, actually, that's more than they've told me. So, yeah, as frustrating as it is, that's more than they've told me. You know, I'm a bit flabbergasted that there's, you know, their way of getting around it is just to pass it on. But
well, they seem to be saying that as far as they are concerned, even though they are the ones that took your money, even though, and it was credit card you paid, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You used a credit card. So even though on your credit card statement it says their company name, it says Opodo, does it say opodo.co.uk?
As far no, yeah, I'm going to have to check that.
Well, hang on, this is very crucial. You said before it was the travel agent's name that appears on the...
Yes, it's the travel agent, yeah.
Right, so it's Opodo or eDreams?
That's the first I've heard of eDreams, so I'm guessing it's Opodo.
Right, but it's definitely not... It doesn't show the name of airlines instead. It shows Opodo, yeah?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Well, that's very crucial. You said to me before when we spoke, it was the travel agent's name that appeared on the credit card statement. So, for me, that is absolutely crucial to whether or not you potentially have a case here. Because if, in fact, it doesn't say Opodo, it says the name of the airline, then you're probably not going to be able to go anywhere with this.
Right.
You're now sounding shaky as if it might not say Opodo, which is worrying me, Chris.
Yeah. No, as far as I know, it's Opodo, but it's whether it's Opodo.com or UK or whatever. I guess that doesn't matter.
But it definitely says Opodo.
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I'm very pleased to say that Adam French is a consumer rights expert at Which and joins us now. Hello to you, Adam.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. So if we work on the basis that the name on Chris's credit card as the company that took the money is Opodo, whether it be opodo.co.uk or .com or whatever, if it just says Opodo, is his contract with Opodo, and if therefore he has not been able to go on the flights that he had booked through Opodo, are they the ones that need to give him the money back, or are they quite within their rights to say that his contract was directly with the airlines?
Now, typically in UK consumer law, whoever you're paying ultimately is who your contract is with.
Yeah.
And any attempt to try and wheedle around that with these sort of terms and conditions that say, actually, we're just an intermediary, your contract is with the travel supplier, which is what has happened here, doesn't usually hold water when it comes to things going all the way to court. Now, hopefully you can avoid that kind of remedy. So I'd say typically, and we've heard this kind of example actually from countless people over the last 18 months trying to get refunds, particularly from online-based travel agents such as Opodo, who've not really communicated very effectively and tried to pass the buck onto the airlines. Ultimately, whoever you pay is who pays your refund. And if they're struggling to get the money back from the airlines, that's their problem, not yours. You should get your money back.
Yeah.
I was listening in before, and you said this is on your credit card statement. Did you actually pay for these flights on your credit card?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Have you heard of something called Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act ever before?
Yes, I did actually attempt to make a claim under Section 75 with my credit card company, and they got back to me and said that as the money was paid to an agent and not the airline, there's nothing they can do.
I question that decision from your bank as well. So there is something else you can do to appeal that to the Financial Ombudsman Service, which is an independent organisation, statutory backed, where you can take any decisions that feel questionable from a bank. And I feel like just because you paid an agent who then paid the airline, that shouldn't matter. You booked flights with them. You should be getting a refund. So what you can do is appeal that decision to the Financial Ombudsman Service to see if they can get that reviewed. That's completely free to go to. It's a bit slow, but it's worth a go. And it's certainly better than the alternative of ultimately what you can be looking at. Ultimately, when a company like this stick their heels in, you can end up looking at court action, and that's instructing a solicitor. That's time and expense. So I'd try the Financial Ombudsman Service first to look at that Section 75 decision. It's probably going to be a most practical next step that won't have you reaching into your pocket to try and get this resolved.
Right.
Very frustrating, though, because, I mean, Apodo they're a big company. They have a big presence online. And it's very frustrating that and certainly that was my understanding, Adam, and I'm pleased you've kind of confirmed my thinking on this in terms of it being Apodo that's responsible. But very frustrating because if they're not paying Chris back, or are trying to suggest that they are not responsible for paying Chris back, the chances are they are saying the same thing to other customers as well.
Yeah, we have heard exactly that story from other customers and other people who've been successful in getting their money back from Apodo as well in similar circumstances. So there's a real lack of consistency here that's happening, and treating customers like this is frankly unacceptable, and at which we don't recommend anyone books flights for Apodo, to be frank, at this point in time. They've moved outside of the UK in terms of their base. They're a company we recommend you avoid until these kind of problems are resolved. But obviously, that isn't very helpful right now if you're trying to get your money back.
No, I was going to say, and that's the view of which. Yeah. It's not necessarily the view of the BBC, but
that's absolutely fine.
Okay. But in terms of their responsibility, it is to refund Chris. And I really feel as if we need to go back to them, and they need to be held to account. They need, if the legal responsibility is theirs to refund Chris, and if they then need to go and argue it out with the airlines, that's the way this should work. It's unacceptable as far as I'm concerned for them to, as you're suggesting, Adam, rely on clauses in their terms and conditions to justify not paying what they need to pay.
I completely agree, and that they should be paying refunds to people at this point in time, and the fact they aren't is really, really, really poor, and it's incredibly frustrating. This is the difficult situation loads of people have found themselves in the last 18 months, where who can you turn to, realistically, when these companies do not do what they should be doing? Now, there is an organisation, the Competition Markets Authority, has been investigating businesses not paying refunds when they should be to consumers. And they do have a reporting mechanism on its website where you can flag concerns about businesses such as this and share your experiences. But again, it's a slow process that won't see you dealt with individually. Ultimately, it sits on us as individuals to either go to our banks, try and make claims there, or look at court action and starting a pre-action before court there to try and get these issues dealt with. And ultimately, it's not an ideal situation for anyone to find themselves in, but for the most part, the law should be on your side. And if you ever do want to consider going down that route and starting court action, it is always worth speaking to a solicitor beforehand to ensure that you get all the information you need and to make sure you're making a really informed decision before doing so. But certainly, I do feel in this case, Apodo should be refunding you. They should be chasing the airlines themselves to get that refund to you. Otherwise, what service have they realistically provided?
Okay. Adam, thank you very much indeed for your time. Very, very useful. And I think what I would like us to do, Miles, can we just please go back and can we speak to Apodo?
Yep.
Can we just say that we have now received advice that, in fact, they are responsible for refunding the money? So how do they intend to resolve this matter? Let's give them another opportunity to do the right thing. Let's hope they take that opportunity. If not, then Chris, as you just heard from Adam, probably putting in another claim through the Ombudsman to appeal the decision that was made originally by the credit card company is probably the next step. And potentially as well, if you still don't have any luck, it would then be through the small claims court.
Right. So
okay.
Yeah. So who do I appeal against with the Ombudsman?
You appeal against the credit card company, because the credit card company, and I'm pleased that Adam feels the same way as me over this, the credit card company is jointly liable with Apodo for the fulfilment of the contract. The contract was to transport you and your fiancée to Australia and back again. That didn't happen. So therefore, if Apodo are refusing to refund you the money for this broken contract, then your credit card company under Section 75 should be refunding you the money instead. And I don't understand this answer they've given you, that they felt as if your contract was with Apodo, but Apodo weren't actually providing you with a flight. I mean, that just feels as if it's playing with semantics.
I couldn't make any sense of that.
It doesn't make any sense at all. The simple fact is you bought flights from Apodo. Those flights didn't happen. You want your money back. So it's through the Financial Ombudsman scheme. And can I just say to anybody that's ever worried about using an ombudsman scheme, I've recently used the ombudsman myself in a dispute with a company. Very straightforward, simple to do online, and I was successful. And I would hope that you would be too, Chris. We will go back. Let's give them the opportunity, though, to turn this around and to do the right thing, and we'll take it from there, OK? In May, Carol had to go to Spain. On her return flight to the UK, Carol put her electronic tablet in the pocket in the seat next to her, if you see what I mean. So diagonally opposite where she was sitting. It wasn't a full flight, so she had the ability to do that. She put the tablet in the pocket of the seat next to her. As soon as she got home, she suddenly thought, my tablet! She could picture it still there in the pocket behind that seat. Well, she contacted the airport to warn them and to say, look, can you please have a look for my tablet, please? But she's now very worried that they've disposed of it.
I telephoned them, and then obviously you've got to wait for your options, press the option for reporting a lost item. And there was a message on there saying because of coronavirus and lack of staff, they weren't actually dealing with it personally. You had to go on this email address and fill out a form, which I did, and then waited and waited. I've gone back on there periodically to track it, to see what's happening. And now it says disposed, which I'm assuming they mean they've disposed of my tablet, which I don't understand why they would do that.
Well, I don't understand why they would do that either. I mean, surely they wouldn't do that. Why would they dispose of a perfectly good electronic tablet? But that doesn't necessarily mean there's any chance of Carol getting it back. Because I would have thought what may well have happened, what is maybe a more likely scenario, is that tablet has accidentally gone to the wrong person and somebody else has decided, that would make a very nice tablet for me. Well, of course, the problem is there's no way of proving any of this, but it doesn't get Carol her tablet back. We went off to have a word with the airline to see if anyone had handed it in, to see if there was any chance of her being able to get it back. Let's find out how we got on, because Carol's back on the JVS show. Hello, Carol.
Hello.
Oh, Carol,
right.
It's everyone's worst nightmare, isn't it? And, I'm always a bit obsessive, really. When I get off aeroplanes, I always, the last thing I do before I actually get off the plane, and now what they're doing, I don't know if they were doing the same thing for you, but of course they only allow certain rows off at one time. So they start by saying, rows 1 to 5, you can now get off the plane. So it gives you a bit of an opportunity just to check, double check and triple check all the pockets and underneath the seat, and just in case anything's fallen out of your pocket, and you can check it all. But that's all wonderful in hindsight. It doesn't get you back your tablet. Now, Miles has been off to have a word with the airline. Have they found it?
It's not great news, unfortunately. So the airline have come back to us. They've said, unfortunately, that as Carol left the tablet on board the aircraft, it was retrieved and handed into the airport lost property by the cabin crew, they're saying, as per their procedures. Having investigated, unfortunately, they've been unable to locate the item. And then at the end, they've just said they would always advise passengers to have travel insurance to cover occurrences such as these. So, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they've been able to track it down.
So they acknowledge that it was there?
Yeah, well, they've said that it's been...
Somewhere along the line, someone's lost it.
Yeah, well, they said that they've handed into the airport lost property.
Okay, but I mean, so they do actually confirm that they recognise it was found on that plane and handed in. Yes?
Yes.
Right. So where's it gone in between being handed over to the person on lost property and, I presume lost property is a secure room or it's somewhere where items will be well cared for? You know, items don't just vanish, do they?
No, and as Carol called the airport immediately, you would have thought that by that point they would have had the tablet.
Can we go and speak to the airport now?
Of course we can.
And can we just ask the airport, and it's probably a good idea to send them over that response we've had from the airline, to say there seems to be an acceptance that the product, the tablet, was handed to a member of your staff. So where's it gone?
Yeah, I can send that today.
You know,
I accept it's totally my fault, but that is really frustrating that, you know, they've acknowledged it was there, but where's it gone? It's just ridiculous.
Well, and the simple fact is that this was when you arrived back at a UK-based airport.
Yeah.
Now, you would like to think that you can have full faith in a UK-based airport that people working there, people working in the lost property department, will look after products and things will not be lost. It would be a bit ironic for things to go missing from a lost property department. If it was another country, you know, if we were dealing with, you'd left the tablet on the plane and you were in another country and it then went into, you know, I mean, anything could have happened to it, and you would say, well, the chances are someone's pinched it. Yeah. But you would like to think that would never happen in this country at one of our airports. And you would like to think that if it transpired an item had gone missing from a UK airport, that the airport would then want to put that right, because they would not ever want an item of lost property vanishing when it had been put in their care. So I think we need to go and have another word with them. In terms of the insurance, Carol, did you have travel insurance? I can't remember if we explored this.
Yes, I did. But the problem is that there's an excess on the policy of £150, and the tablet is only worth about £180. Right. So, you know, is it even worth bothering?
And what about other insurance that you may have? I mean, do you have any insurance on your home that might cover you for electronic items away from home?
I'm pretty sure I don't have for electronic items away from home. I might be wrong. I haven't double-checked my policy. But I've got a feeling I thought, well, why would I need that?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there is no way of being able to claim on insurance, and I completely recognise it's just... But to be fair, though, with travel insurance, it's probably still worth you putting in a claim, because at least it will pay you, you know, the extra 30 quid or whatever.
Yeah.
Without it affecting your ability to get insurance again. I was rather intrigued when regular listeners to this programme will know, a few years ago, I went to my beloved Frigaliana and the blooming villa got burgled. It was an absolute nightmare. Came back from dinner and the villa had been absolutely ransacked. They stole the most peculiar thing, Carol, including my pyjamas. I mean, there's somewhere in the world there is a dirty, rotten scoundrel thief wearing some very smart Marks and Spencer pyjamas.
Luxury pyjamas.
It must have been the quality of the silk, yes, that must have been it.
They stole my pyjamas and they stole half a can of my aerosol deodorant. I mean, what a...
How do you steal half the can? Did they cut it in half, or did they use half of it?
There was only half of it. It was only half full when I went on holiday. Isn't it weird? Anyway,
so they stole the can. They didn't empty half.
They stole everything. It was an absolute blooming nightmare, to be honest. I put in a claim to the travel insurance, and I thought, oh blimey, well that's going to affect me next time. It didn't actually. So it's probably still worth you putting in a claim. But even so, I still think there are questions to be answered by the airport. We'll leave it there for now. We will go and have a word with that airport, and we will report back and find out how can their lost property department lose something. Hello, Dawn.
Hello.
Hello, Dawn. I gather you've got a consumer problem. Tell me all about it
indeed.
without naming any company names, please.
Okay, I went and bought a TV because I'd recently moved home. Obviously, they told me I needed to buy an extended warranty, which I did. It's something that I normally wouldn't do, but I did. I've since the TV has got a fault on it. It's got a green line going right across it. So I got in touch with them, and they told me they'd come and collect it on Monday between the hours of, I can't remember now, 2 and 4, something like that. Nobody turned up. I rang them. They said, they apologised. The driver apparently was sick, but nobody contacted me. So they rearranged collection, for Tuesday. Same thing. They didn't come because the driver had run out of time. Wednesday, again, nobody turned up because they didn't have a box to put it in. So obviously, most of Thursday, I was on the phone to them, and I was actually promised they'd come and collect it on Friday between the hours of 9 and 1. Again, they didn't turn up. And I've been on the phone to them for ages, and I'm still not getting anything.
Right. Okay, a little bit of background information I need, first of all. When did you buy the TV?
2019.
2019?
Yes.
Which month?
I think it was July, to be fair.
July 2019.
Yeah.
And how much was it?
Nearly £400.
How big is it?
50 inch.
50 inches. Okay. And 400, you have to forgive me, I'm not particularly au fait with TV prices at the moment. 400 quid for a 50-inch TV in 2019. Was that cheap TV, middle of the range, high end?
It was on a special offer at the time, yes.
Right, but in the grand scheme of things, was it cheap?
Not really, no. I wouldn't say it's cheap.
No. Oh, the reason why I ask you this, you mentioned that you purchased an extended warranty.
Yes.
This will not be music to extended warranty providers' ears, but you really don't need to buy extended warranties.
Yeah, I've since found that out.
The reason being, when you bought that TV in 2019, you were covered by the Consumer Rights Act. The Consumer Rights Act states that TV has to be of reasonable quality and must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Okay.
Now, the reason why I ask, whether 500 quid was considered cheap or middle of the road or high end is that obviously the amount of money you spend on something does come into that equation.
Yeah.
If you've bought a TV that's cheap as chips, you can't expect it to necessarily last for 5 or 6 years. It might only last for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
If you buy a TV that's middle of the range, then you certainly should expect that you'll be getting at least 5 years use out of it, hopefully a bit more.
Yeah.
If you've spent a lot of money on a TV and it's real top of the range, then you can obviously expect more than 5 years use from it. But the simple fact is, if the product goes wrong because of a manufacturing defect, the law is there to protect you anyway. And the law demands that the retailer resolve problems that are out of your control as a customer. So the extended warranty, I understand why people take them out, because it can be, peace of mind. It's easy. You don't then have to go and have rows and arguments with retailers. I completely understand. And for many people, that's why they buy them, because it just hopefully provides them with a stress-free life, and if things crop up, they don't have to go and have these rows. But ultimately, it hasn't worked for you, because when you've then needed the extended warranty, they're mucking you around.
Totally, yes.
Very frustrating. The reason why I'm giving you all that information is not just to send the message out to everyone else that the extended warranty is not necessarily needed. How much did you pay for it?
Just under £400.
No, for the extended warranty.
Oh, probably about £70.
70 quid. Okay. So was that was on top of the 400 quid for the TV?
That was all included in the price.
Right, okay. So it's a TV costing about 330 quid.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I think that probably would be considered a cheaper TV, But even so, it should have lasted longer than 2 years. How much longer is maybe a little bit debatable, depending on how often you watch it. But, I mean, the reality is the extended warranty company should be doing something anyway. You've paid 70 quid to them, and they don't seem to be doing very much to help you at all. Would you like us to go and have a word?
Yeah, I certainly would, yes.
OK, fine. All right, well, I'm going to pass you back to Miles.
Hello.
OK.
Let's get some detail, please, and go and speak to that extended warranty company. And I think the point to put to them, rather bluntly, is why on earth should anyone take out an extended warranty with you when, firstly, they're covered by the law anyway, and then, secondly, when they actually try and use the extended warranty, you don't help?
OK, yeah. It's these situations, you do wonder what they're thinking.
You do. You absolutely do.
Yes, I
right.
do.
Listen, I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Now to Jacqueline. Do you remember Jacqueline? She was telling me that she moved house in June of this year. Went online to change the address on her driving licence, as well as the address for her husband and their 2 children, who had provisional licences. Well, it's very frustrating because the driving licences for her husband and her kids, they arrived through the post absolutely fine. But Jacqueline said she's still waiting for hers.
Mine didn't arrive. It seemed to go through okay, just like theirs. And when I looked into it, it had selected me for a security check. And I had to return my old licence with a print off from the internet before they would send me out my new one. So I duly did that. I posted it a couple of weeks later once I'd realised. And I haven't had it back yet, basically. And I've been through the ringer a little bit trying to get through. There's a 10-week delay, which I did know about, receiving postal applications. So I got through in July on the telephone, and they said to me that they were still dealing with it. So they deal with it strictly date order that they receive their post. And I needed to allow 10 weeks before I could chase it. So that's what I did. So the 10 weeks were up at the beginning of September. And ever since then, I literally cannot get through.
Well, I promised Jacqueline I would go and get hold of them, and indeed I did. Let's just hope that we've had some success, because Jacqueline's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hello, Jonathan.
And I have a feeling you're going to be able to tell me more than I can tell you, and let me explain why. I contacted the DVLA on your behalf. They obviously investigated, and they came back to me, and I had a conversation yesterday. It was most entertaining, actually, with the lady from the DVLA, because she was talking in riddles. She said, I can't go into any detail about Jacqueline's case specifically, but she was trying to tell me what had gone on without telling me what had gone on. So I said, can I just summarise then what I'm thinking as you're saying all of this? So I summarised what I'd interpreted from the conversation, and she said, yeah, that's about right. So she might as well have just spoken to me very directly. What she kind of said, and as I say, I had to read between the lines to glean all of this. She said that people are not just randomly selected for security checks. Security checks will normally be required when the original information that has been sent over is either not the correct information, or it's not acceptable information, or she said that it's not automatically the case that people will just be randomly selected. So there must have been a reason why you, out of the family, were asked for this extra info that no one else was. Now, I don't know if that rings any bells with you.
Yes, it does, because when I got through the first time, they told me it was random.
Yeah.
When I got through the second time, which was before September, they said it was because my passport number, because it's all held on the same government system, had expired.
Ah.
So I know that then, didn't know it at the time, but I knew that then.
Yes.
But it still would be subject to the 10-week wait, as long as I sent it back with the form that printed off at the end, which I did.
Now, so basically she was saying there was a reason why. It wasn't just that the DVLA were useless and that they gave your family members their licences and yet they decided just to cause you problems. She said there was a reason why the process didn't work for you and why they needed more information.
Yeah, which I'm, you know, that's totally understandable.
Now, she then went on to say that they had requested further information, although she didn't actually say that, because again, and she was talking in riddles, trying to explain what might theoretically have happened in a case like this, but not specifically yours, because she couldn't talk about your case specifically.
Yeah.
That makes any sense.
Yeah.
But she then suggested that if they required information, further evidence, that evidence would then need to be sent to the right place. Now, again, I'm trying to read between the lines. I interpret that there'd been some problem with them receiving what they'd then requested from you.
Yeah, she said a similar thing to me, but I know that I sent it to the right one, because when the form prints off at the end, because you have to send that with your licence.
Yeah.
You have to physically sign it. And there's a box on the bottom with the address to send it to, because they have different postcodes for different things. And I know I sent it to the one that was on, you can't miss it, it's a big bottom box, please return to blah, 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 and the right address.
Right, but do we know they received it?
She's saying they possibly haven't.
How did you send it?
I sent it by proof of postage.
So did you keep the receipt and did you check to see that it had been received?
It's not. I didn't pay for, stupidly, I didn't pay for signed for.
Okay, right.
So just proof of postage.
Well, again, so reading between the lines, it sounds as if whatever you sent off didn't arrive, and they didn't get it. So she said, you know, we hopefully have resolved this for Jacqueline now, and we'll find out in a second, Jacqueline, what they've said to you. But she said, I just need to make it clear, the DVLA, this is not a case of the DVLA being hopeless in this case. There was a reason why we couldn't process the original driving licence, and then when we requested what we needed to process it, that then didn't turn up for whatever reason. So she said, however, we have now spoken to Jacqueline, and she said, I can't tell you too much more, but if you speak to Jacqueline, she should be much happier. So, Jacqueline, what on earth have they said to you?
Right, so they said to me that they basically told me that I sent it to the wrong place. And I know I didn't. But she did say that the licence, because the licence would have been inside with the piece of paper and I'd cut it in half like you're meant to, that it might have been separated and my paper part not dealt with. But I had to reply to her with my details, and I had to send her an electronic signature. And she said that she will get it posted out to me. And it was meant to be sent overnight on Monday.
Right.
But I haven't had it yet.
Oh. Oh, right.
I was hoping. I've had my post today. I know.
I thought, please, at least let us get to the point in this where you say, and it turned up this morning, and I've now got my driving licence after all this time, and I'm a happy bunny. But you still can't say that.
No, and I did know all along. I eventually found out from being misinformed why I was selected. I did know that. But my problem was I just couldn't get through. I've counted. I did 52 phone calls, all at different times of the day, and I only got through and put on hold twice.
Right.
And I just couldn't get through. And I sent the email I told you about. I emailed, they didn't reply back. So I tried everything.
Okay. I mean, I know, having tried to get through to the DVLA myself before, it's like trying to crack the Enigma code.
Yeah.
You know, you need Alan Turing there in the background to help you work out which combination of buttons you press on the phone in order to actually speak to a very nice human being who can help you. So, you know, anyway, well, look, can you please keep me posted and let me know as soon as that licence turns up?
Yes, I will.
I'm obviously feeling very much more hopeful now that you will get that licence very soon. I don't see why the DVLA would not have sent it out to you. However, I'm going to withhold the horn until you've got the licence, OK?
OK, I will let you know.
OK, fine. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Jacqueline, we'll talk to you tomorrow, OK?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, Sue was due to go on holiday to the Isle of Wight in June of this year. The holiday had been rearranged several times because of COVID, and Sue was really looking forward to it. However, before they were due to travel, Sue's aunt contacted her to say she couldn't go now because she'd got an ulcerated leg. Well, Sue's aunt insisted the rest of the family should go on the holiday as planned. Sue contacted the company and explained the situation. They said, yeah, that's fine. We can provide a refund for your aunt. That's all covered by our COVID policy, they said. But when Sue spoke to Justin while I was off on my holidays, she said she was still waiting for £389 as agreed.
I'd been promised the refund within 28 working days. So I gave it a bit longer and still no refund. So I rung back. I got the same customer service team member. She went away and she admitted she'd made a mistake and that she'd rectified this and was now fast-tracking the payment and I would receive it within 10 working days. Fantastic. You know, I'm very pleased with the company.
Yeah.
And I trust them. So I wait, and I wait longer than 10 working days again, and still no refund. So I ring back. And each time I ring back, I'm waiting over an hour.
Well, we promised Sue that we'd go off and have a word with the company, and that's exactly what's happened. Sue's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sue.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, Sue, first things first, how's your aunt's ulcerated leg?
It is improving. I hear she's back playing bowls, so that must mean it's improving. So that's good news. But
Well, an ulcerated leg would certainly play havoc with your bowling technique, and no mistake about it. I mean, I've never had one, but it sounds very, very painful.
Yeah,
now,
she was in agony.
Yeah, I bet she was. Poor thing, poor thing. Right, now, look, we've been off to have a word with the company. Miles, what are they saying? Have they processed Sue's refund yet?
So, last time we had Sue on the programme, the company had let us know that they'd spoken with the relevant teams and that the refund was being processed on its way to the guests. So hopefully Sue has some good news for us.
What's happened, Sue?
Well, I do have good news. I do have the refund. So thank you very much. It came through on Monday. They did have to ring me because they said that my account details had expired. I don't know. But anyway, it came through on Monday.
Right.
So fabulous.
And is that money yours or is it your aunt's?
No, it's my aunt. So
Right.
I sent it to my aunt and she is thrilled.
Yeah, I bet she is.
Because I don't think she thought she was going to get it.
How does one get an ulcerated leg?
I don't know, to be honest. I think she just had a sore. And unfortunately, it just became ulcerated.
Not a Bowles
so
injury,
yeah,
then.
I think it can just start off with just a minor injury, you know.
No, I don't think it's a Bowles injury.
not a Bowles
Miles.
injury.
It's not, you don't hear that very often.
I don't know.
Bowles
Well,
causes
I
an
know
ulcerated leg.
Well, I do know of several people, actually, and I think, unfortunately, it's as you get elderly, your body just doesn't recover. Your circulation isn't so good, so you can have a very minor scratch, say, from in the garden. My aunt's quite a keen gardener. I really don't know how she did it, but it could happen from that.
You get to a certain age and bowls becomes an extreme sport.
Absolutely, yeah. Just
Do you know,
getting insurance.
I've never played bowls. I have played boule, which it's not dissimilar, and it's very nice. No. I can see myself. If I live to a ripe old age, I'm going to join a bowls club.
Oh, absolutely.
I can see myself on the old, the green. Is that what you call it? The bowling green? Yeah.
Yes, they
I'll
do.
be there.
Yes.
Oh,
and they live down in Poole, so it's quite a nice place. My mum and dad used to play, but they're not well enough now.
Oh.
They've all enjoyed it.
Well, listen, I'm absolutely delighted that your aunt has got all the money back. We will thank the company, shall we, and give them the horn?
Yeah, it's okay. Let's do that. I'm still a bit frustrated, but
I was going to say that was a bit of reluctance there.
Well, just because it's taken so long. But you're right. They, with you and your team's help, they have paid up. So
they've done it eventually.
Much.
Well, look, let's be fair to them then. Let's thank them.
Okay.
Sue, let's hope the next holiday is more successful, and I wish your aunt all the very best with her leg. Any other problems, you know where we are. Sue's on the line. Hello, Sue.
Hello.
Hello, Sue. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
It's a hotel chain. In July, I went away for a couple of nights, and when I first got to my room after checking in, there was a do not disturb notice on the door, which, okay, someone's left it on there. When I went in, the room had obviously not been cleaned. The linen had been renewed, but the room was dirty. The sink was full of water. The tea tray was empty, apart from dirty cups and glasses. So the other thing was that this particular hotel had a strap line across the advertisement saying new rooms. The room wasn't new and certainly hadn't been refurbished. So I went down and reported it to reception. I was told there was no housekeeping available until the morning, and the hotel was fully booked.
What time had you arrived at the hotel then?
You can't check in because of their new COVID rules and everything. You couldn't check in till about after 4 o'clock. So it's probably about 6:30, 7 before we got to the hotel.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, you're shown to your room, or you were given the key to your room. You go and show yourself the room. Mm-hmm. It's clearly not ready for the new person, i.e. you.
Exactly.
It's not been cleaned. It's not been properly prepared. And when you went back down to reception to make them aware of this, they said they had no one to get the room ready for you.
No, that's right.
That's ridiculous.
Housekeeping that was my thought. Housekeeping had gone home. And I said, well, the other thing is that the strap line says that you've got new rooms. No, we haven't got any new rooms. No refurbishment here. But we wish was the actual comment.
Oh, right.
Right. So I then said, right, okay, I'm going to have to make the best of this bad lot or sleep in my car. So I said, okay, can you guarantee you will clean the room thoroughly tomorrow? Because, as I said, the bed had been done. I had no qualms with that. The linen had been changed.
Right.
So I made the best of it, and they cleaned the room the following day, which is against their COVID policy. So I've written several emails to them. All they keep harping on about is that I didn't have aircon, because they don't advertise this particular hotel as having aircon. And the thing about that was...
What's aircon got to do with it? I mean, you haven't even mentioned aircon.
Well, I did actually, because in the room, although I didn't have aircon because it wasn't refurbished, as the strapline said, it had this big notice on the side telling me how to use it, how to use the aircon.
What, non-existent aircon in the room?
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's not really the issue. The aircon is not really the issue.
That isn't, but that's what they keep focusing on.
Right. But this is, this is very simple. And look, I mean, I worked in a hotel, not for very long, but you could have done with someone like me coming into this room and giving it a JVS blitz. That's what you needed.
Exactly.
Somebody should have come in and given it a complete JVS blitz. It's completely unacceptable to allow a guest to go to a room that is not ready for the guest. The hotel's internal policy of however they allocate rooms is clearly not working properly, because how could they ever allow a key to be available for a room until it had been signed off and it was deemed to have been clean and ready for the next guest? It's completely unacceptable. The simple fact is you gave them an opportunity at the time to provide you with an alternative room. There was no alternative, because they said that the hotel was fully booked, and they didn't have a single member of staff that could come and clean the room for you.
No, all they offered was tea and coffee and a clean cup.
But that's ridiculous. I mean, if I was the manager of that hotel, worst case scenario, if I was the manager of that hotel and I've got a guest coming back down to reception to say, the room you've just given me, the bathroom hasn't been cleaned, it's not ready for me, I would have said to you, I'm so terribly sorry, this is not the usual way that we treat our guests. Please go to the bar, and I would like you to have drinks on me, And while you go and have drinks, we will arrange for your room to be ready. And if it came to it, I would personally go and clean your room. I would not simply say to you, oh, sorry, there's no one to clean your room. What kind of hotel does that? What kind of hotel says to guests, oh, well, sorry, you're going to have to sleep in a dirty room that hasn't been prepared for you? It's absolutely outrageous.
I think so.
It's outrageous. How much had you paid for this night?
100. It's 2 nights, £119.
Right, and what have they offered you back?
An apology.
Well, they haven't offered you the first night back?
No. I did say that I thought a refund, or I wouldn't even mind if I'd got a proper apology. It took me 5 emails.
No. Hang on.
For them to get it.
Hang on a second. Hang on. The apology is something that they should be falling over themselves to offer you, but they should offer you at least the first night that you paid for. They should offer you that money back because you didn't have what you paid for. The simple fact is, when you book a night in a hotel, you expect very basic standards. You expect that the room will have been cleaned and prepared for you. The fact that they left you with no alternative but to spend the first night in a dirty room with somebody else's bits and pieces and a dirty bathroom, it's unforgivable. It's absolutely unforgivable. I'm really quite shocked.
I can't say I was very pleased at the time, but as I say, I thought, well, what was the alternative? Drive home again?
Well, you should never have been put in that position. This is unacceptable. And the hotel, I mean, you describe. I don't want anything that will identify who they are, but you describe them as a hotel chain.
Yes.
They should be falling over themselves to apologise to you for putting you in this position. This is simply unacceptable. This is just basic stuff. This is unacceptable. You do not allow a guest to go to a room that is not ready for them and clean. I mean, you say the bed had been done, but the bathroom hadn't been done.
No.
I mean, that's just absolutely outrageous. Right, well, I would like to go and have a word with this company because this has absolutely appalled me. In case you hadn't noticed. I mean, it really is. This is just absolutely disgraceful.
I have sent you copies of the emails that I've had to and fro from them.
Well, they can expect communication from me because this is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. When I stayed in a hotel in Spain a few weeks ago. I don't normally stay in a hotel, but I stayed in a hotel. And I have to be honest with you, Sue, I was a bit concerned about it because after all of the virus and everything and, you know, staying in a shared environment where other people have been using the bathroom and sleeping in the bed and all that kind of stuff, you know, I'll be honest with you, it did leave me feeling a bit uncomfortable. When I got to this hotel, I mean, it was just perfect. It was perfect. I went to my room. There on the door was a sticker that had sealed the door shut to tell me that my room had been sanitised. Ready, because of coronavirus, my room was completely sanitised and ready. When I went in, I went round that room with my beady eye out and I couldn't find a speck of dirt in that room. It was spotless.
Yes, I must admit, I travel quite a lot. I used to travel for a living. I travel quite a lot. So over the years, I've had some horror stories and some really good stories. But this, I found for a fairly large hotel chain, I found this absolutely appalling.
Yeah, well, this is outrageous. Let me go and have a word. Miles?
Nothing quite gets up your nose like bad, poor hygiene, does it?
I can't bear it. I cannot bear it.
Yeah. I can imagine you going around a hotel room with a swab and checking the
surfaces. Not quite that much. But my one bit of advice I would give to everyone, having worked in a hotel and having cleaned the rooms and the bathrooms, never drink out of the toothbrush mug without first making sure that you have cleaned it yourself. Because the hotel that I worked in for a period of time, the last thing that you polished with the previous occupant's bath towel, having buffed the bath, the tiles, the sink area, the toilet, and then the floor was to make sure that the toothbrush mug was nicely sparkling.
You never spent a night there, did you?
I certainly did not. When I was shown how they clean the bathrooms, I was horrified. I hasten to add, I never used the previous occupant's bath towel, but that's what everyone was advised. And then the final thing you had to do was to have a pubic hair check, to go around the entire bathroom to make sure, because you'd used their previous towel to buff everything up, to make sure you hadn't left any stray hairs anywhere in the bath. Just awful.
I don't
honestly.
think I'm going to book a night away anytime soon after that.
Always take your anti-back wipes. Sue, can you leave it with us? I will go and have a word with this hotel, and, well, they can expect a call from me this afternoon. I'm not happy.
OK, that's very kind of you.
I'll pass you back to Miles. Liz had lost a pair of expensive earrings that her late husband had bought for her, so she wanted to replace them. She did some research and found that they'd cost hundreds of pounds for a like-for-like replacement. She couldn't afford all of that, so she managed to find a cheaper pair that looked very similar. They're stud earrings with a cubic zirconia stone. I'm not quite sure what that is, but I'm sure it looks gorgeous. Well, not long after buying them, the backs of these earrings kept coming off. Liz says they were very flimsy, so she replaced them herself. However, the earrings then developed another substantial problem.
The other day, I went to put them in and noticed one of the stones had fallen out. So I thought, well, there's a penny short of £50. They weren't particularly cheap. So I thought I'm going to take them back to the shop because there were two things wrong with them. When I went back to the shop, I had to call for assistance because the girls were giggling in the back. I explained that what I just said to you, that I'd lost the backs, then the stone, and I'd like to either have a refund or exchange them. And the sales assistant said, sorry, company policy, don't do that for pierced earrings.
Well, it does sound from the description Liz gave of her experience in the shop as if the woman she spoke to in the shop just didn't really have a clue in terms of consumer law or the responsibility for the retailer. Now, it may well be that she was just a shop assistant and she hadn't necessarily been trained up properly, but what she should have done if she felt out of her depth and didn't know what to say to the customer, she should have said, I'm really sorry to hear that you've had this experience. I will go and get the manager to speak to you, or if the manager wasn't there, please leave me your details and I will ask the manager to call you back as soon as he or she is back in the shop. But this lady didn't. She came out with, from what Liz was saying, a complete and utter load of nonsense. That there was nothing they had to do. That Liz was obviously a bit to blame because she'd already taken the proper backs out of the earrings. It was just nonsense. Well, we went off to have a word with this jeweller to explain to them their responsibility. Liz is back on the JVS show. Hello, Liz.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, Miles has been off to have a word with the jeweller. What did they have to say?
Yes, so we contacted the company. They came back to me quite simply just to thank us for alerting them to the problem, and that they will contact Liz directly to resolve the issue. So hopefully Liz will have heard something, or she will be.
Have you, Liz?
Not a thing at the moment.
When did they tell us they were going to contact Liz directly?
They haven't given us when, but
but when did they tell us?
This was yesterday.
Yesterday
Yesterday
afternoon.
afternoon.
Well, it's disappointing that they haven't called you, Liz, I'll be honest with you. Because, I mean, I'm more than happy if a company says to us, look, we will deal directly with our customer. That's fine. I'm not going to be precious about it if they would far rather resolve the matter directly with their customer. But they're clearly not that bothered. If nobody picked up... Were you available on the end of a phone yesterday, Liz?
Yes, but I don't believe they've got my phone number, but if
we would have given them your phone number so they could contact you.
No, definitely no phone call from them. I had many calls yesterday, but not from them. And I haven't had any emails either.
Right. Miles, can we contact them now?
Yep.
Can we try and find... Before 12:30, can we just try and find out why they haven't called Liz, and can we try and make that change?
Yep, I can get onto that straight away.
OK. Liz, it's not good enough. Leave it with us. We'll get back onto them now, and I hope someone will call you in the next hour. Now, Suman had a conservatory built in 2011. She noticed some thin cracks appearing back in 2018, so she contacted the company that had built this conservatory for her. She said initially they seemed helpful. They came and filled the cracks and said that should be fine now. Well, Suman wasn't too concerned. But the problem got worse. And the following year, she contacted them again. Well, this time the company sent someone out to have a look at the foundations. He dug down and apparently told Suman that he didn't think they'd been dug deeply enough. But the conservatory company was reluctant to take responsibility for the problem. So Suman contacted both her insurance company and the Ombudsman. They both suggested the company were responsible.
They also refused to accept the report from the DGCOS and the report from my insurance company to say that it's poor workmanship, that they've not gone down the right amount of depth. They haven't taken into account vegetation that was existing at the time of the build, and they've also not taken into account my clay soil, which is highly shrinkable. So they should have taken that into account and worked out they needed to go down a minimum of 1 metre, I've been told.
Well, Suman obviously was not happy at all. So she came to me because she said this company just wouldn't take responsibility at all. What's the latest? Suman's back on the JVS show. Hello, Suman.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Suman. So, as you know, I went off to have a word with the man that runs this company, and I was saying to him, look, why, when it would appear your company is responsible for this problem, why have you not resolved it? Now, he seemed to start with, he was suggesting that, in fact, he wasn't responsible for it, and if I read the report, I would realise why he wasn't responsible. So I sat and I went through that report. Line by line, Suman, I went through it. And to be honest with you, the more I read the report, the more concerned I was that he absolutely was responsible. I mean, the report from the building surveyor, and this was the building surveyor that had been sent out at the behest of the Ombudsman, made the point that your property is situated in a clay area, a shrinkable clay area. Now, he also pointed out that the foundations for the conservatory had been dug down to a depth of 600 millimetres, when in actual fact, the minimum you would ever dig down for foundations in shrinkable clay would be 900 millimetres. He went on, and let me just read a couple of very crucial bits of the report that he provided you with. He said, I am aware that a conservatory of this size is exempt from any building regulation oversight. However, this leaves the responsibility for design and construction firmly within the control of the conservatory installer. If the installer chooses to found the conservatory at a depth shallower than that normally demanded in shrinkable clay, a minimum of 900 mils, that is perfectly acceptable. However, if the design and construction proves to be defective, then the sole responsibility for any subsequent deficiencies will be his. The report carries on. It says the foundations of this conservatory are inadequate for the ground conditions. And because the conservatory has shrunk down and caused damage, which is not recoverable, the only course of action is to take down and renew, including the floor, with adequately designed and constructed foundations. Underpinning is not an option. So I went back and I said, look, I have seen the report now. The report clearly demonstrates that your company is responsible for the fact that Suman's conservatory is falling down. Well, he then seemed to suggest that the Ombudsman had confirmed to him that because it was over 6 years since he had first built the conservatory, he seemed to think that he had been told that he didn't have any responsibility to you. And I said, well, if that is the case, and at this stage I'm not saying that it is the case, but if from a legal perspective that's right, surely from a reputational perspective, you would not be happy with the fact that you've built a conservatory at the cost of, I mean, it was about £12,000 you paid to this company. You would not be happy with the fact that a customer has given you £12,000 and her conservatory's falling down 10 years later. It's not acceptable. So why won't you sort it out? Well, he said that he absolutely was not prepared to do anything at that stage. So I said to him, look, I will therefore be left with no alternative but to say which company we're dealing with, because ultimately I have a duty to make sure that any company that would build a conservatory inadequately that then falls down 10 years later, I need to make sure that my listeners are aware of which company it was. So I told him the day that I would be doing this, and he sent me a statement that I was to read that basically said he wasn't prepared to do anything. And then 10 minutes before I was due to go on air, I received a call from him, didn't I, Suman?
Yes.
Now, when I had the conversation with him before coming on air, he seemed quite concerned that I was then going to be identifying him, and he seemed quite keen to come up with an alternative solution to me identifying him. He said, well, if Suman were to have another report carried out, if that report states that I am responsible, then I'll pay her all the money back. Well, I put that to you and you weren't happy, were you?
No, not really, no.
So, I went back to him and I said, no, Suman's not prepared to have another report carried out, and you will need to just pay her the money back if you want to resolve this, because she's unhappy about it. I mean, actually, you wanted more than that, because you were saying it's going to cost you, what, £20,000 to sort it?
Minimum about £18,000 to £20,000 minimum to £24,000 just to replace it like for like, really.
The problem is he was never going to agree to that. But what he did finally agree to was to indeed accept that maybe this, he said, I'm not going to accept any responsibility, but this is a way of resolving the matter. He said this is proving to be very stressful for me. And he said that he was very concerned about it all, and therefore, if I don't identify his company on the programme, and if you're prepared to draw a line under it and move on, he will give you back every penny you have spent on having the conservatory built. Now, you accepted that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
But you hadn't heard anything.
No.
Now, I chased him up for you, and the situation as things speak at the moment, and I don't necessarily have a problem with this because, I think if I were in his position, I would probably do the same thing. He has said that he is now liaising with a solicitor in order to draft an agreement between yourself and him so that you can put this matter to bed. Now, that is not necessarily an unreasonable thing to occur, and I would say it's fairly standard practice in a situation like this to come to an agreement. And I presume in that agreement it will state something along the lines of, if you agree to accept this and if you accept the offer, I do not accept any responsibility, and you will no longer speak to the radio station about this problem. That's probably what the agreement will say. Okay. My advice for you, on the basis that he makes the payment to you, would be to agree to those terms in order to get your money back.
I would be happy to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, there comes a point where he does actually need to give you that agreement. And what I did say to him previously in conversations was, I hope that there is not an attempt here to buy time.
Yeah.
Because, as you know, there is a piece of legislation. He was quite right in terms of what he was suggesting at the beginning of the conversation, that consumer law, generally, there is a limitation of 6 years when it comes to goods and services that you pay for. The limitation for going back to the company and holding them accountable for problems is 6 years. However, when it comes to building work, there is another piece of legislation. It's called the Limitation of Damages Act, and it's from 1986. And what it basically says is that there is then a further period from the moment that you notice substantial building problems. There is a period of time where you can go back to the person who caused the building problems to occur in the first place. But time is of the essence. And what I don't want is for him to in any way use this as an opportunity to buy time. So what I'm going to say, and I want to put this on the record now, is that, Suman, if you have not received the agreement from him or from his solicitor by the beginning of next week,
yes,
I will go and speak to him again, and I will make it clear that I'm starting to doubt his intentions. I want to be fair. I want to be reasonable. But it only takes so long for a solicitor to draft an agreement. So if it hasn't arrived with you by the beginning of next week, then I think you may well have to revert to your other plan of taking legal action against him. I hope that won't be necessary. Okay. But there is a limit to how patient you and I are going to be over this, okay?
Okay, understand. Thank you, Jonathan.
So can you please keep me posted? Let me know what happens and we'll take it from there.
Will he be writing to me directly, do you think?
I presume you will receive the letter either from him directly or from a solicitor on his behalf.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Suman, I'll wait to hear from you and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. And if that man is listening to the programme, I hope that your solicitor will provide Suman with that contract as soon as possible. Now, Peter has a classic car. He's had it for a number of years. The interior needed some attention. He'd arranged for a local company to fit some new chocolate brown leather interior, but, well, things haven't gone according to plan at all.
I paid him £1,000 deposit so that he could order the carpet and order the leather that I'd picked. It's just gone on and on. It's an absolute nightmare. He just come up with loads and loads of excuses from that day onwards, you know, for not turning up. He's missed 18 visits at the moment. He's made appointments to turn up 18 times. I've waited and waited. He's ignored my calls.
Well, as you can imagine, Peter's very frustrated. I promised him I would go off and have a word with the company and try and find out what was going on. Things aren't going very well. Peter's back on the JVS show. Hello, Peter.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. In fact, things are going from bad to worse, really, aren't they? As you know, when I first made contact with this man, I received the most bizarre response. It suggested that this man had no idea who you were or what this was to do with. He said, Dear JVS, thank you for your email. I have not been made aware of this matter and therefore I need more information from you. Although I am a director of the company, I've been retired for a number of years. Nevertheless, I do bear responsibility for its actions. The director in charge is on long-term sick leave, and at this time is not to be worried with business matters. Would you kindly let me have the full details of the complaint, together with a list of what has been received by your client, what's missing and what is wrong? I also need to be given authority to speak to you and confirmation that discussing this matter with you will not infringe upon any potential legal matters that might follow. I look forward to settling this matter amicably. That was the first response. So, forgive me, Peter. I was scratching my head a bit because I thought, well, this is very strange. I mean, the guy is signing the email off with the name of the man that you said you'd been dealing with. What we didn't realise, that this was a father and son business, was it not?
Yes, right, yes.
Now, you did say that, in fact, it wasn't true the father didn't know anything about this job because, in fact, and you then sent me a photograph of the father with your car and his son both having a look at the leather interior. So you said it's not the case that he doesn't know anything about it at all. So I went back to this man. I said, look, you are aware of the situation. However, Peter is now going to communicate with you directly. He seemed to suggest that, to start with, he was prepared to try and get things resolved, but unfortunately absolutely nothing happened. And therefore, it was with great reluctance that I was left with no alternative but to identify this particular company and the man that was running it. The company concerned is a company called Bobby's Upholstery, based in Milton Keynes, run by a Mr. Fettes. And it was Mr. Fettes Senior that was communicating with me, although I gather it is his son that runs the company. Now, to cut a very long story short, you decided, and you told us all this last time you were on the programme, you decided that you'd had enough of this, so you went to Mr. Fettes' home address.
That's right, yes.
And it would be fair to say things got a little bit out of hand, did they not?
Yeah, I did.
It would appear that, to start with, you were told he wasn't there, and then you saw him, and he went running back into the house. Did you actually chase him?
No, he'd gone back inside the house before I got out of my vehicle.
Right, but you were, I presume, banging on his door.
I was, yes.
And the police were called. Now, the police came out, and I don't. What action did they actually take? Did they caution you at the time?
No, I've had no caution at the time. No, none at all.
But they asked you to leave the property. But what they did also arrange with him before you did leave the premises, they arranged that he was going to give you the leather that you have ordered from him and paid for. So that at least you've got the stuff for your car with a view to potentially getting someone else to do it for you instead.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the leather. He was looking in his shed for items of mine that were in there, i.e. passenger seat, door cards, visors, things like that.
Yeah.
And the police came out with a seat, door cards that hadn't been completed, and one of the visors. There's other pieces missing, but that's what I had, what the police got for me.
Now, you obviously you're very unhappy that you still haven't received the items, and I gather nothing, he hasn't been in contact with you at all, you haven't received anything that you are still waiting for?
No, I've heard nothing from the father or the son or the police, to be honest.
Right, which is hugely disappointing. Now, I have been made aware other people have been in touch with me regarding other issues with other customers who are trying to communicate with Mr. Fetters of Bobby's Upholstery regarding interior work for their vehicles as well.
Right.
So it would appear you are not alone. And in fact, I think you did mention that on one particular occasion when you turned up at his property, I don't know if this was the last time, you did mention that there was someone else there as well who was trying to get hold of him.
That's right. A couple of weeks ago, I went there and there was someone waiting.
Now, his father, when I made it clear that we would be identifying him on the programme and that it was with great reluctance, but he didn't seem to be remotely interested in resolving the problem, he suggested that, in fact, his son should not be troubled with this. His son was having some issues, and therefore he was trying to deal with this on behalf of his son, who's having issues. And really, I should not be talking about his son because this was going to make things far worse, and his son was not well enough to be able to deal with any of this. When I pointed out that his son seemed well enough to have had a professional chef round to his house to cook for him and his family, and then decided that he would share photographs on his Facebook page showing the professional chef in his kitchen having prepared this wonderful meal. So it seems very strange that he's well enough to have a professional chef round to cook for him, but not well enough to be able to honour his professional responsibilities. The father, Mr. Fetters Sr., suggested that, of course, I was bound to cherry-pick information to present what he was considering to be a distorted version of events and not an accurate portrayal. I mean, I absolutely refute that. If the company would like to provide us with some evidence that they are actually interested in dealing with this and resolving it, I'd be only too happy to present that. But they don't seem very keen to do anything, because I presume you just said you've had no further contact from either Mr. Fetters Jr. or Sr. or anyone at Bobby's Upholstery.
None at all, and yet Mr. Fetters Sr. said he monitors his emails and that he'd get back in touch, but nothing at all.
Now, I know that you've already written to him to make him aware of the fact that you would be pursuing him legally. Are you now? Is that now the next step?
Yeah, I've sent the paperwork off to the small claims court, so that's in motion.
Right.
I've found somebody else that can complete my car interior, but he's so busy that it won't be till after Christmas, so I've got to wait, but, you know, at least I'll get my car finished.
Yes. Well, I tell you what I would like you to do. Can you please keep me posted? Obviously, if Mr. Fetters of Bobby's Upholstery would like to resolve this matter, and of course my invitation to appear on the programme and explain why they've left you in this position still stands, very happy to speak to them on the programme and to invite them. They'll have as much time as they want if they'd like to appear on the programme to explain why you've been left in this position. But I'm afraid at the moment this seems like the only course of action available to you.
Yeah, that's right. I think so.
Can you please keep me in the loop and we'll take it from there?
I will do. I do appreciate everything you've done. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure. Peter, thank you very much indeed. You please keep us in the loop. And Bobby's Upholstery, do the right thing. Sort this problem out for your customer because the position he's been left in is completely unacceptable. Hello, Nicola.
Hi.
Hello, Nicola. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, I moved from a property into another property, housing association, in 2018. Well, it's just been problems after problems, really. It's an old building, and I totally get that, but no maintenance has been done. My kitchen ceiling bowed because there was a leak in the bathroom, and they were supposed to come and take the ceiling down, refix the joists, replaster it, so on, so on. They've only just turned up yesterday to do that.
Right, so hang on a second. So you moved into this property in 2018. What was this, a house swap or something?
Yes.
Right.
It was a bigger property.
Okay. And you inspected it at the time and were happy to take it on?
Yes.
Okay.
I inspected it and I had an inspection report from the property, from the housing association, stating the tenant that lived in there had to do this. Mm-hmm. None of that was done.
Okay, and in terms of the leak that was in the bathroom above, when did that start?
Straight away. It was coming through the kitchen ceiling like a shower.
In 2018?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's not ideal. So I presume they stopped the leak, at least?
No, they couldn't find the leak. They presumed it was from the bathroom.
Right.
But it went from the bathroom, and it was only about 4 months ago when they came and had to refit a new boiler and radiators, they realised it was actually the piping from the boiler that was leaking through the kitchen ceiling.
Okay. So they've now fixed the leak?
The leak's fixed, yes.
Albeit very late?
Yes.
And you've had water coming in through that ceiling for all these years?
Yes. I've even had them out on emergency call. I've had the best they told me is put a bucket under it because they can't find the leak.
Well, it's ridiculous. Okay, so that's the situation that you have been in, but they've now fixed the leak.
More.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, there's more. Oh God, it's a house of horrors.
Oh,
to be
dear.
honest. I moved in the front door. The front door is not safe. You cannot lock it. There's no letterbox. There's no glass. It's just a bit of board. It looks like I've been police raided 6 times a day.
But wasn't it like that when you moved in?
Yes, and I did ask about it, and they said it would get fixed. It hasn't got fixed. They came round last week and measured me up and said I will get a new front door now, but it would take up to 16 weeks for the new front door to come, which I can wait 16 weeks. I've waited 2.5, 3 years.
Right.
But
okay.
It just seems like all the problems, they've only just started doing it because I did tell them I was phoning 3 Counties Radio.
Ah, and suddenly they're now taking an interest in problems they haven't taken an interest in for years.
Yes, like they turned up yesterday to do the kitchen ceiling. That's fine. They turned up, they came and done it, and the workers that are actually in my property, I'm outside because they're in there, and I'm on the radio, obviously.
Oh.
They're lovely. They're doing a very good job.
Yeah.
But it's taken a long time. Now, they hired a different contractor to do these problems from 2018. And them contractors either didn't turn up or turned up and said they're not doing the job because it's too big of a job, or they just walked in, said to get materials and never came back.
Right. So, I mean, it sounds as if the Housing Association is now aware that we're involved or we're about to be involved. So now suddenly they're getting things sorted. What do you need my help with? What is still outstanding?
Outstanding is door frames, skirting boards, they're all rotted and fell off. Plastering work, it's back to basically the house is bricks. It's crumbling because it's such an old property. So it's plastering work, the door frames, the skirting boards. There's a gas pipe where an old back boiler used to be in the living room. The gas pipe's still sticking out of my floor in the middle of the room.
There's a gas pipe sticking out of the floor?
Yeah, they told me it's fine because it's capped. You can't put flooring around that.
And when you say, I mean, it's not necessarily uncommon in a living room to have a capped gas pipe near a fireplace. Is it by the fireplace?
No, because there's no fireplace there. They took the fireplace out.
But you said it's in the middle of the room?
Yes, it's by the wall where the fireplace would be, but it's quite away from the wall.
Yeah.
It's not flush with the wall.
Right. And why can't they kind of cap it below the floor level?
Because they said it's been capped, it's perfectly safe.
Right, but I mean, if that sounds like it's a trip hazard.
Yes, it is, especially with a 3-year-old little boy that runs around. Also, my windows. For the last 2 years, I've been saying I'm getting new windows. My windows, they do not close. Or if they do close, you can't open them. I'm not protected from the elements. Water, rain, wind come through the windows. And the glass, the 2 panels of glass, I'm presuming it's double glazed, in between the 2 panels of glass, it fills up with water like a snow globe.
Why did you decide to move into this property? Because surely a lot of this would have been evident at the time that you moved in.
Why? For family reasons, for the children closer to school, so they can get to school.
Right, but
and at first glance, you don't see the problems like that.
Right, and did they give you an assurance that any problems would be sorted out?
Yes.
Right, but they haven't.
Yes, which the person that lived there before, for some reason, I don't know why, they had to move out quick time, and it's like they had to move her quick or move them quick, and they just moved her out and not caring the world for the next person that moved in there, to be honest.
Right.
Like the appointments I've had with them, I've waited in for the company to come for loads of times. I've lost money from work.
I presume this is outsourced contractors, is it?
Yep. And when I've complained about it, they said, we can give you £20 compensation. I've lost hundreds of pounds for not being able to go to work because they state somebody over the age of 18 has to be in the property. I get that. But I even offered them, because it is a lot of work, they had to they've got to rip up floorboards upstairs and relay the actual floor because it started sinking and shifting. I had to get a new staircase because that fell through on me because it was just rotted, because it's old. I offered them, me and my children will move out for a couple of weeks, a month, whatever it is. I'll put my stuff in storage. You lot can come in and get it done in one big sweep because it's a lot of work to get done.
Yeah.
We can't do that.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, it sounds as if they need to find somewhere else for you to stay while they are doing this work, because from what you're describing, this sounds like almost the whole house has got to be gutted.
Yes, it's the front room, 2 of the bedrooms, the kitchen, all need replastering, and now they pulled one of the door frames off because it had rotted. It's really rotted, all the door frames are. But it took all the brickwork just crumbled. So now they've got to replaster the hallway. That's a new one.
Okay. Well, I mean, it does sound like an absolute disaster.
Also, sorry, I've just had hell with them. I had my new boiler and radiators fitted. Lovely. It needed doing because it was broke. They done it in the end after arguing with them. They were there for the day. Lovely. Getting on with the job. This one man on his own. Perfect. I said to him, do you mind? I've just got to pop off, go grab my little boy from nursery. Not a problem. I come home and the man's in my kitchen having a cup of tea. I've told him, you can help yourself to tea, coffee, go for it.
Okay.
What my problem is, he had 3 of these mates that are scrap metal collectors inside my kitchen having a cup of tea with him, and the scrap metal's in my front garden. These were people that are not contracted and have nothing to do with the house association or the contractors. They were just mates of these that he said can have the scrap metal.
Right, okay.
No apology. And that was during lockdown.
Right, well,
mates in my house.
That would have been very disconcerting to find that the contractors invited other people into your house.
Yeah.
And to be honest, just taking complete liberty with the freedom that you had given him to make a cup of tea. Yes, I'm not surprised. OK, look, I've heard enough. I need to go and have a word with this housing association and find out what on earth they're playing at. Miles, can we get a bit of detail?
Yes, we can.
Sounds horrible.
It sounds awful.
OK. Also, I'll tell you what I'm noticing. The fact that the housing association suddenly are trying to get things resolved suggests that they know there are lots of things that need to be done on your property. And they would far rather have got them done before you ended up speaking to me on the programme. Well, I'd like to know why they hadn't done this long ago.
Yeah. Well, their excuse for not giving me my new windows, which they said don't work, there's a man in there now trying to fix them. He's written reports saying they're not fixable. Their excuse is your neighbours will want theirs done too. That's not my problem.
OK, well, we need to go and have a word with this company, Housing Association. Can you stay there? I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. Chantel was going to get married in February. She found a hotel that she liked. The wedding was due to take place on the 21st of August. Her package included the venue, decoration, linen, food and ceremony. But a couple of days before the wedding, she was told the wedding coordinator couldn't be there and she'd need to hand the job over to someone else. Well, Chantal said she was fine with that, but she was a bit concerned that she didn't get any communication from the new coordinator. On the day of the wedding, she was absolutely horrified to find out that the hotel had no knowledge that her wedding was even taking place.
It got to about 9:30. I realised I hadn't met anybody, so I rang downstairs to the reception. I introduced myself politely and said we're getting married. And so obviously they said congratulations. They asked me when. I said today, so I'm looking for my coordinators. The phone went silent. They said they had no weddings booked for the day. Yeah, I said, no, definitely today. I didn't know if it was a joke or not, so, I was just kept on talking. And the lady just politely said, I'm so sorry, I'm not too sure what I can do for you, but there's no one here. So I was just like, no, definitely has to be someone there. So we was going back and forth for almost 2 hours trying to find someone that knew what was happening. As far as they was concerned, there's no weddings booked. And in that time, my partner had turned up because he never stayed over. But he was coming to check in that morning. And when he turned up to get the room that was a part of our package, they said they had no package deals for a room. They had no wedding booked, and he'd have to book a room. However, they're fully booked, so he'd have to wait and see. And if he got a room, he'd have to pay for it.
Well, Chantal was on the verge of cancelling the wedding. However, the registrar did turn up, and the venue had been decorated overnight. So Chantal and her fiancé, they decided that they would just try and make the best of it. But she said there were all kinds of problems. I mean, none of the staff seemed to know what they were doing. The garden was locked, so they couldn't go outside to have the photos taken where they were intending to have them taken. She said it was just all a bit of a disaster, really, but they made the best of it. But she contacted the hotel afterwards and said, I really don't feel you provided me with the wedding that I've paid for. She'd paid about £4,000 for this wedding. She asked for £1,500 back. Now, I consider that to be a perfectly reasonable amount of money. Based on the story Chantal has told, that seems like a perfectly reasonable amount of money. So I went to have a word with the hotel on Chantal's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Chantal.
Hello, good morning.
So you're aware from our last conversation that the hotel came back and said, look, we do recognise that there were problems. They said there is another side to all of this. They said at the time when Chantal was getting married, that was during the whole pingdemic that was going on, where people were being pinged left, right and centre as having come into contact with someone with coronavirus. And she said there were staff that were going off having been pinged on a daily basis. And we were in a bit of a staffing nightmare, to be honest. And she said it was unfortunate that the wedding coordinator was one of those that was pinged. And she suggested that that was the reason why the wedding was not as organised as it should have been on the day. And she said, we're sorry about that, but obviously a lot of it was out of our control. She said, as far as they were concerned, they had made you an offer. And she said, we are prepared to increase that offer to £1,200. And I said, well, I don't really understand why you are trying to negotiate this offer that you're making, because as far as I'm concerned, Chantal is not being greedy. She's not asking for every penny back for the wedding. She's asked for £1,500, and I don't understand why you're trying to haggle her down. by saying that you will only offer £1,200. I said, I'm very confident that Chantel will not accept the £1,200. So I will go and speak to her. But, I mean, if that's your only offer, I think she's probably going to want to take legal action. Well, the lady at the hotel company came back and said, OK, well, look, I'll tell you what, let me go and speak to the manager again and I'll come back to you. She came back and said, spoken to the manager, and yes, OK, we will pay the £1,500. So there's a bit annoying, Chantel. It did feel as if they were trying to haggle over the amount of money that they were paying you back, even though they acknowledged that there were indeed problems on the day.
Yeah.
They promised that they would pay £1,500, but when I last spoke to you, you hadn't heard anything. Has that now changed?
Yes. So they emailed me. They said they had made some mistakes on their side, financial mistakes, and the lady who sent me my final bill, which I had cleared, hadn't put what they're supposed to put into it. Therefore, they wanted to minus that off the money that they wanted to refund. So I refused that.
Hang on a second. So they're suggesting that actually the amount that you had paid was not enough for the wedding anyway?
Yes. They said that the staff member had made a mistake, if we could correct that mistake. So I refused and said, that's not my problem. You need to take that up with your staff members. And the fact that I hadn't even asked for a full refund anyway, I said I will be going for the full $1,500, and if it's a problem, I will just go for legal action because I'm actually fully entitled to a full refund due to a breach of contract. However, I felt that I was being reasonable and I was asking for the full $1,500, and then they got back to me again and said that okay, they will give me the full $1,500. It'll take up to between 5 and 10 days.
Right. Well, I mean, it does feel, does it not, as if this hotel company, they want to try and pay you back the minimum amount they possibly can.
Yes, that's exactly what I feel like as well.
I mean, they put in writing to me they were prepared to pay you back £1,500. They did not put in writing to me, we're prepared to pay £1,500 back. However, we noticed that we made a mistake with the initial bill, and actually we undercharged Chantel by £500. So in fact, we're only prepared to give her £1,000 back. You can't start changing the goalposts like that. I mean, what on earth are they playing at?
Yeah, this is the problems that I keep on having with this particular hotel. So I just made it clear that I wasn't standing for it, and I made them aware that I knew my legal rights and I would push for my legal rights if they didn't just comply and pay the full $1,500.
Good for you. Right, well, look, let's keep in touch. I presume the money hasn't turned up in your account yet?
No, I still haven't received it.
Okay.
They asked me they said they'll pay the $1,500, and then they've asked me if I'd still on top of that still pay what they forgot to add on, which I've still refused. So.
What?
Yeah. They said they're offering to give me the $1,500, but they still want what they made mistakes on. But I said that's their mistakes, and they can now learn from their mistakes.
Right, but the amount of money that they billed you for, the amount of money they told you to pay, was the amount that was agreed.
That's right.
Right, so if they can't stop saying, oh, but we made a mistake with the amount of money that we told you you'd have to pay for the wedding, so actually we now want another £500 once we paid you back £1,500.
Yeah. I feel like they're trying to keep it as minimal as possible, or just trying to still make more money. But
it does feel like that, doesn't it?
Yes.
Look, OK, I will wait to hear from you. I hope that you'll receive that money very soon. And as soon as you do receive it, we can draw a line under it. But it's just a shame that it's been such a battle to try and get it.
Yes, but I'll definitely keep in contact with you.
Thank you, Chantel. I'll talk to you very soon. Nadia's on the line. Hello, Nadia.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will be very careful. So a mobile phone shop elsewhere in the UK, quite a distance away, advertised a competition on social media back in June, and it was to win a high-end mobile phone. At the time, the only terms and conditions they listed, that I had to tag a friend and like and share the post, and I did all of those things. In August, the shop posted a video on their page, and it was a random generator selecting my name. So they were wishing me congratulations and announcing me as the winner. And at this point, they said they would arrange for me to come and get the phone. They also said at the same time, announcing me as the winner, that if they were not able to arrange pickup, they would pick another winner. So page followers should keep a lookout for a new winner to be selected.
So what was happening? You were sitting there watching this, were you, on social media?
I must admit, I didn't see it live as it happened, but they tagged me in, and I saw the video afterwards.
Okay.
So they alerted me.
Did you take a recording of the video?
Very kindly. I saw my name come up on the machine, and this was more or less straight away.
And did you take a recording of the video?
It's still on there now. It's still on their page now. They haven't removed it.
So it says, congratulations, Nadia, gives your surname and says you've won it. I say, well, I mean, congratulations, Nadia.
I was so excited.
I bet you were. How much is this phone worth?
I followed up. I did what they asked, which was to message them. I did that straight away. Several messages went backwards and forwards via the social media in the next few days. We went round and round in a loop. The manager and then various assistants kept saying that I had to come to the shop to collect the phone. And my stance was that this hadn't been said in the original post. If they had stated in the beginning that, I had to collect the phone, I wouldn't have entered because I live in Buckinghamshire and I've calculated that to travel there, it would take, a 6-hour round trip and obviously quite a lot of money.
So how come, I've got to ask, how come you ended up entering a competition for a phone shop that was 3 hours drive away?
Well, that's the joy of social media, isn't it? Because they posted, people shared it, somebody tagged me, the tags are passed on, and things go viral on social media, as we know. And I think the shop were quite shocked. In fact, they said in their messages they were surprised at how far it had spread, and that normally it would only be a local customer that would win.
Yes.
And they sort of cited their previous competitions where they said it's always been a sort of a local customer that has won.
Yeah.
So they actually said that they had been surprised at the reach. But as I said to them in return, well, you're a tech company, you should realise what the spread of social media is and that these things travel further than, your local area. So the main point that I was, to try and resolve the situation, because we were going round and round in circles, I did offer several times. I said, I'll pay full postage, I'll pay the insurance costs for you to send me the phone. But they wouldn't do that. They said they wanted to take a photo of me to prove that the competition was genuine. And obviously I offered that I could send a photograph and a thank you message and all the publicity that they wanted from it, but they wouldn't agree.
How much was the phone worth?
Well, it's probably in the region of about £300, but that's a guess.
Right.
Because it's quite a high-end phone.
Okay.
But I think it's refurbished. It's not brand new, but it is a high-end phone.
Right. So when they said to you, right, OK, you've won it, but we didn't realise that the competition was going to go as far and wide as it did,
Yes.
so can you come and pick it up? And you said, well, no, because it's going to take me 3 hours to drive to your shop.
I think about it. I tried to think of the logistics of getting there, but then I decided that actually, they should have stated in the original competition post, which they only posted once, because some competition setters, that's what they do. They stipulate it has to be within a certain postcode area, and that's fair enough, and you know that from the start.
So did
and
you
that's the understanding on which you enter the competition.
So
but in this case, they hadn't done that.
So did you begin conversation with them in terms of how an alternative way of getting the phone, using a secure courier to get it from them to you?
Yes, they wouldn't even contemplate it. They just kept coming back to the same point. As I said, we went round in circles because they kept saying that it had to be collected. I kept saying, but you didn't say that at the start.
No, but I mean, if they were still refusing to release the phone, I mean, couldn't you have just organised for a courier to go and get it for you?
No, they wanted me to physically go to the shop and be in their shop.
Okay, so they were
That's
not prepared.
My understanding from their messages.
So a courier would not have been acceptable for them at all, whether you paid for it or not. It was not acceptable.
No.
Okay.
They didn't move from the stance that they wanted me to go to their store. And for me, that would have been a whole day of travelling and quite a bit of expense involved.
Right, okay. And there was nowhere...
I then contacted the Advertising Standards Agency to make the complaint against the store that their terms and conditions had not stated this from the start. So that was my the basis of my complaint.
Yeah, okay. So what's happened then?
So it took the ASA a couple of months to investigate. They did contact the store with my permission. I did make the store aware before I submitted the complaint that was my intention, so they knew that I was doing that. I kept them informed. Mm-hmm. So eventually I heard from the ASA, and they said, from the information we have, we think the post is likely to have breached advertising codes, and then they told me what they had done as a follow-up.
Which was?
So they contacted the company, they provided guidance to them for future competitions, so that in future they do comply with the codes.
Yeah, but what about your phone?
Yeah, so they didn't help in any way with that, and I did follow up with a phone call to them, and they were very sympathetic, and they said there's nothing more they can do. They can't tell the store to give me the phone.
Right. Well, that seems as if they're a bit toothless then.
Recently, so I contacted the store again and said, in view of the ASA sort of assessment of the situation, has the store sort of changed its view? The manager was on holiday, but the assistant I spoke with said that as far as they were concerned, no further action would be required by them. They considered the matter to be resolved.
Right.
And I said, well, from my viewpoint, it isn't resolved, so I should be seeking consumer advice. And then I thought, JVS?
Well, I would relish the opportunity.
So this is my opportunity now to, ring you with an issue.
I would relish the opportunity to go and have a word with them and to find out why they have not honoured the competition. To me, it just seems a bit smelly that they have behaved in this way. Based on what you're saying to me, I mean, it just seems a bit smelly. So let's see what we can do. Have they now given your phone to someone else then?
As far as I know, they haven't. They haven't reposted the competition. At one point in their messages, it was really interesting because one of the assistants said, we're looking at how to get the phone to you. And I thought, breakthrough here, this sounds hopeful. And then she said, but we don't think that you've done what you should have done, liking the page, tagging the friend, following. And I sent them proof that I had straight away, and then that was it. Right. I didn't hear from them again. So I think they were trying to wriggle out of it.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Nadia, I will pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail.
Thank you.
And I will go and speak to that shop for you this afternoon and find out why they have not honoured the competition, okay?
Thank you. I would really appreciate that. Thank you for your help.
OK, it's a pleasure. Hang on there, please. It's the JVS Show, BBC Three Counties Radio.
Tackling your consumer problems.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Ava lives in a housing association property. For the last few years, she was telling me her boiler had been leaking on and off. Well, the leak is so bad, she said, the water has damaged some of the carpets in the property to the extent that they can't use those rooms because they're completely soaking wet. She said that they've also got bugs living in the carpets. She said she's been contacting the housing association, but they're not helping.
It has ruined the carpet in my living room, so the leak has gone all the way through, halfway through the carpet in the living room and halfway through my boys' bedroom as well. So at the moment, we can't use the front room or we can't use the boys' bedroom. So we're all basically living in my bedroom. So the floor is all wet, it's moldy, it's smelly. I'm just living in a really bad state at the moment. I'm still having the leak. I have reported this a couple of times. I've spoken to my housing officer. She said she can't do anything. I'm still waiting for someone to call me, someone to come around. Nothing is happening.
Well, it all sounds pretty grim, doesn't it? I promised Ava I would go and contact the housing association and try and find out what I could do to assist. I have done just that, and Ava's back on the JVS Show. Hello, Ava.
Hi, JVS.
Hello. Oh, do you know, your phone line's so much nicer today. I can hear you clearly. How beautiful. Now,
Great.
look, I did go off and speak to the Housing Association. They are Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association.
Yeah.
They have come back with this response. They say, we are extremely sorry for the position that Ava and her family find themselves in. For quite some time, MTVH staff have been liaising with her and other residents at her property as we implement a plan to rectify long-standing upkeep issues. During a similar time frame, MTVH staff have consistently attended to leaks and other issues at Ava's property. Separately, we've also had regular communication with Ava over the past several weeks regarding a recent leak which has caused some damage. As a result, MTVH's boiler contractor made an initial visit to the property and relevant parts to repair the leak have been ordered. We fully understand Ava's frustration that the matter has not yet been resolved, but we will continue to work closely with the contractor until it's rectified. Now, that obviously sounds positive, but there's a lot of words there, and I want to make sure that those words are translated into action. Have you heard anything from them since I communicated with them?
I haven't heard anything since we spoke on the radio the last time. However, I did send the email to you, 2 emails, I think 3 emails, which they replied to me. However, there's been no action whatsoever. No one has called me and no one has come around. Nothing has been done. I'm still having the leak and still living in this situation.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is very frustrating. What I would say to you is I have never dealt with Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association before. And therefore, they've never dealt with me before. Now, It may well be that this is going to be a bit of a learning curve for Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association, because what they will quickly realise is that when somebody comes to my programme with a complaint, I expect to see the complaint being dealt with as a matter of urgency. And it is not satisfactory to simply send me warm words in a statement with promises of things being resolved. That will not make me go away. I'm not going away until your property is properly repaired, your carpets are in a position where you can actually live in the property in a reasonable condition. I'm not going away, and I'm not going to stop talking about this problem. And I'm very disappointed that as a result of my communication with this housing association earlier on this week, I'm very disappointed that nobody has picked up the phone to you to say, right, this is what's going on. The contractor is getting the part for the boiler. We're going to get that leak fixed. As soon as we've got the leak fixed, we're going to come round. If the carpets need replacing, we're going to replace the carpets. We're going to give you... I mean, have they provided you with a dehumidifier?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's appalling. Today is 1 month since I've been going through this. 1 month. I've had the water leak and nothing has been done to it. No humidifier, nothing. Now I'm getting mold in the carpet. I'm just being annoyed with everything. They're just sending letters and said we're doing something and nothing has been done.
Well, I mean, it's not acceptable. Now, it sounds, reading between the lines from the response that they have sent, they suggest that there are long-standing upkeep issues in your block.
Yeah.
Do you know that other neighbours have also had kind of nightmares with leaks and that kind of stuff as well?
Yeah, definitely. A multitude of problems here on this building. Multitude, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not your problem. That's not your fault. The Housing Association, have they only recently taken over this property, or?
Absolutely not, no.
So they've run the building for a long time?
Yes, they have.
Well, I'm sorry, but they should have got all the long-standing problems sorted out a long time ago then. Okay, I'll tell you what I think we need to do. And as I say, to be fair to Metropolitan Thames Valley Housing Association, they haven't encountered me before. they need to realise, and I'm sure this opportunity will be a great opportunity for them to realise, that I will expect more action than they are demonstrating they have done at the moment. So can you let me go back to them this afternoon? I will make it very clear that I will be talking to you again next week. I expect some actual practical help will have been offered to you by that point, and I want to see some proper action. Warm words are not enough for me and my programme.
Yeah, definitely.
Ava, can you leave it with me? I'll go and speak to them this afternoon. We'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you so much, David.
Now, Dawn bought a 50-inch television to go into her new property in July of 2019. It cost about £400. The retailer suggested at the time she should take out an extended warranty, which she did. Well, I should just point out, she did not need to take out an extended warranty. You don't need to take out an extended warranty. The law provides you with a perfectly reasonable amount of cover. When you purchase any product, you do not need extended warranties. Many people like to buy them for peace of mind and ease of use, but you don't need to buy one. But Dawn did. So when her TV recently went wrong, well, she contacted that warranty provider and they said, OK, we'll collect it and get it repaired, but they just don't turn up.
Since the TV has got a fault on it, it's got a green line going right across it. So I got in touch with them and they told me they'd come and collect it on Monday between the hours of 2 and 4, something like that. Nobody turned up. They said, they apologised. The driver apparently was sick, but nobody contacted me. So they rearranged collection, for Tuesday. Same thing. They didn't come because the driver had run out of time. Wednesday, again, nobody turned up because they didn't have a box to put it in. So obviously, most of Thursday, I was on the phone to them and I was actually promised they'd come and collect it on Friday between the hours of 9 and 1. Again, they didn't turn up. And I've been on the phone to them for ages and I'm still not getting anything.
So this is what's so frustrating, because as regular listeners will know, and you hear me banging on about this enough times, when you purchase any product, so in this case a television, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The Consumer Rights Act states that television must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, no one in their right mind would go off and spend hundreds of pounds on a television that 2 years later would stop working. So it's unreasonable that it's only lasted for 2 years. So the law would actually provide Dawn with the ability to go back to the retailer and say, under my consumer rights, I would like you to rectify this broken television. But she's paid for this extended warranty, so she's got even more cover. It's completely unacceptable, therefore, that she's just been left in this position. And that's exactly the point that we have been making to the company concerned. Dawn is back on the JVS show. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Dawn. This really does annoy me because, I just think you've spent more money than you needed to at the beginning and you've got nothing to show for it at all. I could understand because, listen, and let me just bring Miles into the conversation because I can completely understand. Some people don't like confrontation.
Yes.
I love it.
And I don't.
No. Although we're going to change that about Miles. We're working on it. We're gradually working on Miles's reluctance to face confrontation. I love confrontation. Gets the old heart beating, makes you feel alive. Good old battle. Exactly. I love a battle. Some people don't, and I completely understand why. Some people who think, do you know what? If my television breaks, I just don't want to end up then having to have a row. Or having to, threaten to take legal action or potentially having to take legal action. I just don't want to put myself in that position. So if I pay for the extended warranty, it just takes away the necessity to potentially have that awkward conversation. I completely get that. But when you've then got nothing to show for it at all, it just really annoys me. Anyway, Miles, what's the company had to say? Please tell me they're going to sort this now.
Yes, so we contacted the company and they have come back to us with a statement. So I can say that this is attributable. a good word, to a spokesperson from Currys.
Currys,
so Currys have
okay.
come back. They've said to us, we're very sorry that we let Dawn down on more than one occasion and didn't collect her faulty television for repair when agreed. We're truly sorry for the frustration and inconvenience this has caused. Dawn's television was collected on Thursday the 14th of October, so that's yesterday, at an agreed specified time and is now under review at their repair lab. Customer services team will remain in constant contact with Dawn to ensure she has all the information relating to her television and will endeavour to get it back to her as quickly as possible. They've also said that they've offered Dawn a gesture of goodwill, which apparently Dawn has accepted, so it'll be interesting to find out exactly what that is.
Right, what have they said to you then, Dawn?
They actually rung me last night and told me that they don't usually give a goodwill gesture of this high
value.
Sorry, £250.
250 quid?
Yes.
Right.
That's all right, isn't it?
That's
So
a
that's
a
quite-
lot of money. How
Yeah.
much was the television?
With the warranty, £400.
Right. Okay. So they're giving you 250
took in-
quid by way of
she
apology.
took in consideration of the loss of earnings that was due to my I had to take holiday time off. So that's what she's offered me.
Right. Okay. Well, thank
Oh,
you,
yeah.
Currys. And what about getting the TV fixed? More importantly,
It's been taken last night. It was taken last night, and she's going to follow it through until it returns back to my property.
and did she give any idea as to how long? That's gonna
She
take?
said she's going to ring me next Wednesday evening.
Right. Okay. Well, look, I mean, the Currys are a big company. And when companies are very big and they've got lots of customers, of course, from time to time, things are going to go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The way they are now trying to resolve this problem and to turn a bad situation into a positive situation really impresses me. And I want to thank Currys very much indeed for doing this. The fact that they've offered you 250 quid as an apology and they're going to get the TV fixed for you, I don't really think you can ask for more than that.
No, it's a 100% result.
It is a 100%. Well, it will be when it's done.
Fingers crossed.
I don't wish to be Mr. Skeptical, but I've been doing this for a long time, and there's always things that can crop up. But they're confident they can fix it, are they? There's no chance they're
They
going to turn
are.
around and say, "Oh, we can't fix it."
No, I was told that it can be fixed because I'd sent a photograph by WhatsApp to the engineer,
Yeah.
and he says he can fix it.
Right. So he was able to diagnose it from a picture.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hopefully, I don't wish to be a doubting Thomas here, but fingers crossed they can, and they don't find when they open up the back it's more serious than they first thought. But I mean, look,
hope not.
Well, look, if it is beyond economical repair, they will have to come up with an alternative solution instead. So,
Indeed.
let's see what happens. I'm going to give them this. Listen to this. Half the horn, Dawn. They'll get the rest as soon as they've sorted this all out. Can you please keep us in the loop?
I will do.
And to a case that was most concerning, Michelle came to me. She was telling me she decided to build an extension at the back of her house to open up the kitchen dining area. As part of it, she wanted some big sliding panoramic doors. They're a bit like bifold doors, but sliding panoramic doors, they give you the ability to just open a part of the door rather than all of the door or none of the door. She decided that she was going to go with a company that she found online. She didn't want to use her existing builder that was doing the rest of the work because apparently he could only source bifolding doors, and as I mentioned, Michelle wanted something a bit different to that. Well, the job was going to cost £6,000. She's paid to date £4,800. The doors were supposed to be installed in October 2020, but were delayed until December. Then they were delayed again until January. When they arrived, they were the wrong ones. Then they were delayed again. And in March, the company apologised and offered Michelle an upgrade to electric blinds inside the glazing panels. Well, ever since then, Michelle's had an absolute nightmare. and is really worried that this company's vanished into the ether.
We're in April, we finally get the new size doors installed with the electric blinds, and we find we have a problem with the master door. It completely dropped and completely ruined the sill at the underneath, and then the blinds all dropped at the top. And so far, we've got 2 blinds not working. In July time, they said, we've got some new doors coming for you. Please hold on. We'll be with you shortly. And then in August, the new doors arrived. They never took them out of the van. The R&D manager came over to us and said to us, the blinds have dropped again. I don't wish to install them. But they did replace the sill at that point. And then, of course, since August, since they said they would retest the blinds and come back, during September we tried to contact them and we couldn't contact them anymore.
Well, as you can understand, Michelle is now very concerned. She says she's got doors that are certainly not acceptable at all. She said the main problem that she's got is that the blinds are all dropping down. The glazing panels on the inside are filthy dirty. It's just not acceptable. The job is not £4,800 worth of job. So therefore, she wants this company to put it right. Trouble is, they do appear to have vanished into the ether. Michelle is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Michelle.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello. So I've done quite a lot of digging around, and thanks to one of my colleagues as well, who is the best in the business at tracking people down and tracking down companies that seem to have vanished. We've done loads and loads of research looking into all of this, and it does appear the company has gone.
Okay.
But I haven't got confirmation of that. The company concerned, and this is not to be confused with any other company of a similar sounding name, the company concerned is Panoramic Doors UK. And they were based in Kettering, yeah?
Yeah.
That was how did you come across them? Was it just simply from doing an internet search? You didn't go to their premises?
No, we done an internet search, and they actually bring a large lorry to the house with a big demonstration for you.
Okay. So they're Panoramic Doors. Now, they also, their website that no longer works, panoramicdoors.com, I've tried to get that website to work, and I just cannot get it. Let me try it again while we're on air today. No, it just comes up. It says, access denied. You don't have permission to access this page on this server.
Yeah.
Can't get it to work at all. Also, the email addresses are at panoramicgroup.co.uk.
Yep.
Now, you gave us the details of the managing director who was running Panoramic Group or Panoramic Doors UK, based in Kettering.
Yeah.
We tracked this guy down, and I managed to make contact with him on social media. Okay. He was very reluctant to communicate with me. I sent him several messages. He didn't respond. Then when he did respond, he said that he was an employee of Panoramic Doors UK.
Okay.
He was not in charge of the company. He was an employee, and he said he was let go at the same time as everyone else.
Okay.
Which seems to further reinforce the idea that this company has indeed vanished.
Yeah.
Or has gone out of business or whatever. He then said that all kinds of people were spreading untruths about him on social media, and therefore he had decided to close all of his social media accounts. And therefore he wouldn't be making any further comment to me. So I responded to him and said, can you please confirm whether Panoramic Doors UK / Panoramic Group, that were based in Kettering as far as you were concerned, can he please confirm whether they are still in business or not? But instead he just deleted his social media, so I can't contact him.
Okay.
Now, I've subsequently found out that that man runs other companies. He also seems to have very nice property himself. He's got, it would appear, a holiday home as well that he rents out. So financially, he seems to be in a perfect position, really, whilst there are a lot of people who are still owed money, it would appear, by Panoramic Doors / Panoramic Group, who are taking to social media, understandably, like yourself, very unhappy.
Yeah.
Now, what I want to just do today, I mean, firstly, there is a glimmer of hope for you. Because, thank goodness, and I can't remember, was this just luck, or is this because you listen to my programme and you hear me banging on about it?
Well, a bit luck, but we've always paid for everything by credit card because we've listened to shows like yourself and others that have kind of drilled that into us.
Good. Pay by credit card. If there's one thing that people take from this programme today, please let it be that. Pay by credit card. Don't get yourself into debt. Pay the bill off the very same day or as soon as it shows up on your card. There's no need to get into debt. There's no need to accrue interest. But if you pay for something by credit card, you're covered by the Consumer Credit Act. And that, in effect, gives you the ability, when a company disappears or goes out of business, you should be able to get your money back by doing a Section 75 claim. Now, I know you have processed a Section 75 claim with your credit card company. Yeah. I do not see, in the circumstances, any reason why that should not be successful.
Okay, great.
Because your ability to communicate with Panoramic Doors / Panoramic Group that were based in Kettering and now seem to have vanished into the ether is going to be impossible because they're not communicating. And they don't appear to still exist. So the credit card company, I cannot understand how they would not find in your favour. You've been left with a thoroughly inferior product that does not perform as it should do for the money that you've spent. It's unacceptable, and Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act should help you.
Okay.
So you're lucky, because some other customers will not have paid by credit card.
Yeah.
And by not paying by credit card, the chances are they are going to lose their money.
Of course, yeah.
That's why it's so important to pay by credit card. And whenever we do it, I mean, it happens less so now because I think a lot of people have realised why I say it. When I first used to bang on about paying by credit card, I always used to get people phoning in or emailing in saying, I was listening this morning to the radio and I thought it was very irresponsible you were encouraging your listeners to get into debt. That's not what I'm encouraging at all. But I've just seen so many times over the years how making a payment on a credit card is the difference between losing all your money and not.
Yeah.
And I don't want people to lose their money. So as long as you're savvy, as long as you don't get into debt and you pay the credit card bill off, it is the safest way of protecting yourself. Unless anything springs to light, and I want to put this out there now. If anybody at Panoramic Doors or Panoramic Group would like to respond to this complaint, if in fact you are still trading, but for some reason your phones are not being answered, your website doesn't seem to be working anymore, your emails aren't being answered, if there is a reason why all of that is happening and you would like to respond, I would love to hear it. You know, I want to be fair, but at the moment on the face of it, it does appear that you and your staff just seem to have vanished into thin air, leaving not only Michelle, but certainly if you go onto the Trustpilot page, you will find a whole load of very, very unhappy people who are, frantic, to be honest, because, I mean, a bit like you, really, the doors that seal a property, you know, it's the difference between your extension being a building site or being a relatively finished room. I mean, if you hadn't, at least you've got doors that have sealed the wall. Imagine the people that may not have any doors yet and they've still got boarding up instead.
Yeah.
They're panicking, and I can understand why. Because I'm not sure whether they are going to be able to get hold of Panoramic Doors UK, based in Kettering, or not. When did you first put in the claim under Section 75 with your credit card company? Because it does take them quite a few weeks. I think it's normally about 6 to 12 weeks to investigate. How far are you in that process?
We're only a week in on that process, so we've only just recently done it.
Fine. Well, if there is any problem, and if your credit card company, for whatever reason, do not agree to honour the claim, then I would certainly advise you to then take the matter to the Financial Ombudsman Service and to appeal it, because I cannot see why this would not be a perfect opportunity for a Section 75 claim to be used.
Okay. Fine.
All right. I'm so sorry that you find yourself in this position. I mean, it sounds absolutely horrible, but I think you are in a better position than some others.
Yeah, definitely. But there's a little bit of hope that we can at least claim some money back so that we can now seek to do something alternative. So get something sorted eventually.
Absolutely. And I would suggest that what you now do is and I think you've already spoken to another company that does do these kinds of doors. Yep. I would suggest that you now talk to them in terms of ripping out what's there and putting in new doors. Yep. And you go with a different company instead, because you can't put up with what they've put in for you, can you?
No, definitely not.
OK. Michelle, please keep me in the loop. And if I hear anything more on Panoramic Doors UK, also working under panoramicgroup.co.uk, I will, of course, feed back as well. David's on the line. Hello, David.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, I will do. What it was I was driving, doing my normal rounds, and I got a parking fine that came through the post. And I was thinking, well, what's this? Because I don't know anywhere that I would have normally driven.
Sorry to interrupt you, David. When you say doing your rounds, what job do you do then?
So I'm an engineer, but like school run and all that sort of stuff in the morning, and then go and do work and then come back. So those normal rounds is what I call that I do every day.
Right.
If that's good. I got a letter to say that I drove in a bus lane, and I thought to myself, I couldn't think where this bus lane was, where I would have picked up this fine. So on the back of it gives you also on the back of the letter, it gives you like an email, a website address, shall I say, so you can see where your van had been spotted, as in with a photo. But I clicked on it. I typed it in, but it just came up as an error. So I thought, well, what's going on here? So I kind of ignored it. I thought, well, this must be wrong.
Now that was your mistake.
Yes, I know.
Never ignore something like that, because things like that, particularly if they're from local authorities, they don't go away. They just escalate.
Yes, so it did. So what happened was I got another letter to say that I've got to pay it within a certain amount of time. So what I did, I thought, okay, I'll just pay it. So I paid it.
So how much did you have to pay?
I paid on this one was 90 quid.
Right. But why did you not just contact... Was this a local authority that was contacting you?
It was, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Why did you not just contact them and say, I've been given this fine, but I cannot for the life of me think where I might have driven through a bus lane, because I do the same route all the time. So could you just explain where I've actually contravened the bus lane rule?
Yeah, I mean, I did phone them, and it took me about 45 minutes to try and get through. And I don't have 45 minutes in free time in theory, because you know how hard it is to get in contact with people. But when I spoke to someone, they couldn't tell me, so I had to phone another number. And then it was kind of going backwards and forwards sort of scenario. It's like one department does one thing, one department seems to do another, but they couldn't tell me. They just kept on saying, just go online. And when I tried to explain to them that when I go online, it just comes up as an error. And I was like, oh, you need to try again, sort of scenario. They were sort of very unhelpful. So I thought, you know what, I'll just pay it. So I paid it and thought nothing of it. And then about a week later, I got another one. And I thought, how come I've got another one? Sort of scenario, thinking it was the one that I paid earlier. So I thought, I've paid that, so why have I got another one? So again, I ignored it, thinking that I've really paid it. And then I realised that, then I got another letter about a week later to say that it's gone up and that I should pay it. So I thought, okay, I'll pay it again, and then try and get in contact to find out why I have to pay it again, sort of scenario.
And have you, I mean, you talked about on your rounds, you make that sound then as if you're doing the same kind of route week in, week out. Have you traced back where you were driving just to see if they might have changed something and whether they have put a bus lane in and you hadn't realised, or?
Well, yeah, basically that's what I was trying to work out. So I kind of did do that in the end after I paid the last one. I did that and I thought to myself, is it that? Because it's not. It's like how you put it, a bit of the road that you can sort of do a turning into. It's no more than like 4 meters long, sort of scenario. So I couldn't really class that as a bus lane, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's that because up to now I still don't know of where it is. And I've got the address, but I still couldn't work out what area they're talking about. And that was the only bit that I could see was probably the bit they're talking about.
So they've given you an address for where the bus lane is, and you've gone back to look at it, and you still can't see where the bus lane is.
Yeah, because it doesn't say bus lane. It's got. Don't get me wrong. It's got a bus symbol and a bike symbol and a taxi symbol. Yeah, but I've been driving that way for the last 10 years, and I've never had a ticket. You see what I mean? So it's obviously something new that I've put in place.
Right.
Without obviously, I don't know. I just think, well, the signage, I suppose. Obviously, they put a camera now.
I was going to say that's the new thing, isn't it? They've put a camera somewhere that's now catching people. So the chances are you may have unwittingly been driving in a bus lane for years. And it's only now they've recognised that this is a nice little revenue stream to catch people who are doing exactly what you've done.
Yeah.
That suddenly you've been caught. So did you pay, when they caught you the second time, you paid that?
Yeah, I thought, what it did was, I paid it. I thought, I'll just pay it.
Right.
Yeah. And then I thought that was the end of it. And then, about a week later, I got another one.
Another one?
Yeah, that's exactly that. I thought, hold on a minute, I've paid this one. I'm sure I paid this one, sort of scenario. So again, I left it, sort of scenario. And I thought, and then I thought, right, I'm going to need to phone these people. So I phoned them up. And they told me when I put in the number of the actual offence, they told me, oh yeah, that one's been paid, that one's been paid. And I thought, okay, so what's this one? So I gave them another number, which you have to kind of type in, it's all automated. And then it goes on to another section, but it goes to an answer machine. And I was thinking, okay, so I couldn't speak to anyone, so all I could do was leave a message. So I left a message. And the guy called me back, and he said to me that I had 4 bus lane fines. And I said to him, "How do I work out 4?" So I said, "I've only got 2." So he gave me 2 numbers that I never knew that I had, penalty charge numbers that I didn't know that I had. And then after I spoke to him for a while, he said to me, "Oh, these 2 had been returned," which means that he was telling me that it was returned by the postman. So therefore, I never knew that I had these 2.
Right.
Yeah, so all this time, I'm thinking that I've paid the 2. But this is another 2, which I didn't know nothing about. And the other 2 were the 2 before the one that I originally paid at the beginning.
So how much are they saying you owe for these other 2 that you didn't know anything about?
Well, basically what happened was I came out and they would they obviously got enforcement agents that came around the house and they clamped my van. So I didn't even know about these 2 until after they clamped my van. So I had to pay nearly £700 to get the clamp off my van.
£700?
Yeah. £700, yeah. Well, exactly, I think it was £691 to get the clamp off the van. And they said to me, these 2 are for a different bus lane, but in the same place, sort of scenario. So that's when I phoned them. They said to me, "Oh, these 2 you didn't. It was returned, so therefore, I obviously didn't know that I had them." So they said, "Oh, the only thing you can do is try and appeal it." But the form that they sent me was a form to stop the enforcement, but the enforcement had already happened. So therefore, now I don't know what to do, basically, hence why I'm kind of phoning you. So maybe you can give me some sort of advice or something, but I just thought it was absolutely ridiculous. If I hadn't received the notices, how was I expected to pay them?
Well, I do understand how this has all become very confusing. I mean, the first thing I would say in terms of advice, don't drive in a bus lane.
Well, as I said, I don't normally, so that's why I was surprised that is. I mean, if you saw it, it's hard to explain. It doesn't look like it's a bus lane. It doesn't even say it's a bus lane.
No.
You see what I mean? It's that kind of.
No, but it must say it's a bus lane.
It doesn't on the floor. Shall I say on the road itself? It doesn't say bus lane.
No, but it must say with the signage, because if the signage is not there and clear, then it would not be legal for it to be enforced.
Yeah, no. I mean, there was a sign there when I went back, and I thought, okay, maybe that's what they're talking about, because it does say the bus lane, but you can use it between certain times.
Okay.
So I must have obviously gone through the times when I obviously didn't know you couldn't go through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was that kind of scenario.
Right. Okay. Well, look, we need to get some detail. Go and have a word with the local authority and just ask them why they feel it was reasonable to punish you in this way when you had only been informed of 2 of the breaches of driving in this bus. I mean, I presume you now are not driving in that bus lane. Now you know about it.
Of course, no, I know about it. No, I'm not. No.
And have you done it? Have you done anything have you spoken to local people just to see if other people have done the same thing?
Well, I spoke to a neighbour, and they said that they got a bus lane ticket, and they just said they just paid it, and I said to them, well, where was it? And they couldn't tell me. They said, I don't even know, because so I'm assuming they're doing the same thing. They're driving the way they normally do, and all of a sudden they're getting tickets.
Okay. So you're looking for what, 600 and something quid back?
600. Well, in theory, I'd love to, but I mean, I don't mind paying obviously the fines if I knew I had the fines, if that makes any sense. Yeah.
Okay.
If I had notification to pay the fines, then I would have done it. But for me to have to pay nearly £700 for 2 bus lane tickets is to me is absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, David, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get some detail. I'm going to pass you back to Miles.
Yes.
And can we just go and have a word with this local authority and ask them what's going on? Do they feel the signage is clear? Can we have a little look on Google Maps to see what we think as well?
Yeah, I'm going to dig around and see exactly what it says at the supposed bus lane.
Let's do that, and let's take it from there, and then let's talk about the fact that David's had to pay this huge amount of money just to get his vehicle back or get it unclamped.
Yeah.
When he says he wasn't even aware of the fines anyway. Okay, David, leave it with us. I'll pass you back to Miles. In fact, I need to have a quick chat with Miles now, so can you hang on there and I'll come back to you in a second, okay?
Cheers, Jonathan. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio, because I want to talk to you, Miles, about Liz's case. Liz had lost a pair of very expensive earrings that her late husband bought her, and she wanted to replace them. She did a bit of research, and she found that they were going to cost a lot of money to replace, so she found some cheaper, like-for-like ones instead. They're a stud earring with a cubic zirconia stone. Well, not long after buying them, the backs kept coming off these earrings. Liz said they were too flimsy. But she wasn't too worried because she had some other backs, so she used those instead. However, the earrings then went on to develop another problem.
The other day, I went to put them in and noticed one of the stones had fallen out. So I thought, well, this, a penny short of £50. They weren't particularly cheap. So I thought I'm going to take them back to the shop because there were 2 things wrong with them. When I went back to the shop, I had to call for assistance because the girls were giggling in the back. I explained that what I just said to you, that I'd lost the backs, then the stone, and I'd like to either have a refund or exchange them. And the sales assistant said, sorry, company policy, don't do that for pierced earrings.
Well, I mean, that's just complete and utter load of old nonsense, and that's exactly what we went to explain to the company. Liz is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Liz.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Liz. Right, now, I gather there's a slight little bit of egg on face here. Because Miles, you spoke to the company.
Yes.
The company said that they were going to communicate with Liz.
They did.
When we last spoke to Liz, Liz said, no, I haven't heard anything. I've not had a phone call. I've not had an email. I've not had anything. So we were going back to speak to that company and say, why didn't you do what you said you were going to do? And that's where there was a bit of egg on face, because what happened, Miles?
Or they came back and said they had done what they said they were going to do. They said that an email was sent to the customer, and that would have been the day before we spoke to Liz in the morning.
Yeah, and I gather, Liz, they had emailed you, but you hadn't seen it because it was in your junk box.
Indeed, yes. It wasn't even their company heading or anything, so I wouldn't have known it was anything to do with them, but I found it.
And what did it say, most importantly?
It says that if I go back to any of their stores armed with the earrings receipt and said email, they will be happy to assist me with a refund, with an exchange.
Okay. Fantastic.
I don't know where I stand legally for asking for a refund.
No, you're not entitled to a refund.
Right, okay, so that's what I want to know. Okay, that's fine.
Well, the stone didn't fall out in the first 30 days, did it?
No.
No, so you're not entitled to a refund. You're entitled to a refund if a product develops a fundamental fault in the first 30 days.
Okay.
After that point in time, the retailer is within their rights to offer you a repair or a replacement. I mean, they can offer you a refund if they want, but the ball's in the retailer's court in terms of what they have to offer you.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, if you then encounter the same recurring problem several times, then of course that changes things, and you are then at that point able to say to the retailer, look, I've given you an opportunity, but the same thing's happened again and again. I now want my money back. But at this stage, you're not entitled to that. So if they are offering to replace the earrings, then that's all they have to do.
Okay? That's good to know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm pleased that they have completely changed their tune on what they were originally telling you. I'm going to give them this. Oh, just a little bit. Can you please let us know when you've been into their store and when you've got your new earrings? And let's keep fingers crossed the next ones are better than the first ones.
Yeah, will do.